Fox Deportes, the Big Ten Network, Speed, Fuel TV, FoxSports.com, Fox Soccer, FSN, and Fox Sports, the greatest collection of sports properties in the world.
We are Fox Sports!
Hey y'all, it's racing day, so loud out here I can't hear a thing. Man, the fans are going wild. And these drivers came to rock, and no place else but Fox knows how to do it NASCAR style.
Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys!
Hey now, here we go, race day. Don't you be going slow. Keep that pedal down on the floor. Push it to the top, can't take no more than hair. Since the flag came down, be here to the last lap around. Worked all week, it's time to play. Gonna get a little bit sideways. Hey, since the flag came down, be here to the last lap around. Worked all week, it's time to play. Gonna get a little bit sideways.
It's one of the great scenes in all of sports. It's America's greatest race, the 53rd running of the Daytona 500. One driver's dream will be realized today. A high honor will come with high risk and high speed. And these are more than just men behind the wheel. They take on an almost superhero-like look with powers that few can master. And we will watch them try and master this newly repaved track here at the Daytona International Speedway. Welcome to the Daytona 500 pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut. And thanks for being with us. You can see where we are to try and get closer to the action. Along with Darrell Waltrip, Jeff Hammond, I'm Chris Myers, and Darrell, it feels great to be in the middle of it all for the Daytona 500.
You talk about energy. We got energy here today, don't we, gang? That's right. They got horsepower, we got energy.
We got a lot in the show, and of the millions and millions of people who drive these men today, they're the best of the best in the biggest race you can run in. What can we expect?
Well, in the race today, you can expect a lot of really fast cars. That's one thing I've been seeing down here. Speed's well over 200 miles an hour. But these guys have got to focus. They got to concentrate. They got to be physically fit, and they got to be mentally tough if they're going to drive into Victory Circle today.
They're knights in painted armor this time. I mean, these guys are getting ready to lock up and do something we've never seen them before. I mean, this tandem drafting, what we've been able to see between Kurt Busch and, Jeff Burton, all these things today, totally unpredictable.
It's the opening kickoff and the Super Bowl all rolled into one day and a few hours, and some of the storylines we'll be watching all afternoon. It's been a busy speed week here in Daytona. NASCAR's most popular driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., winning the pole, but then he crashed in practice, so he will start now from back of the pack. And the new look Kurt Busch, 2 for 2, won the Budweiser shootout last weekend, along with Jeff Burton, flexed his muscle with a win in the Gatorade Duel on Thursday. And then Friday night, 10 years to the night, that bittersweet Daytona 500 win. Michael Waltrip wins an exciting truck race, dedicating it to Dale Earnhardt. And yesterday, Tony Stewart edging out Clint Bowyer by 7 one-thousandths of a second, had 3 fingers in the air honoring Earnhardt. And we're looking at another dramatic finish today, I would suspect.
You know, Chris, all weekend down here, it's like the first time these guys ever came here, I'm sure, back in 1959. There's been the wow factor. 2 cars going around here closing on a pack at 15, 20 mile an hour faster. These guys have got to have lightning fast reflexes today if they're going to get in Victory Circle.
And Chris, the thing is, we've been talking about it, the guys you least expect to work together have been working together. You take Kurt Busch and Regan Smith in the first 150, followed by Jeff Burton and Clint Bowyer, who were teammates. Today is who can get you to the start-finish line at the end of this race is what's going to be going on.
And they're still trying to figure things out on this new surface. When the drivers hit the road today, even though it is a smoother surface at speeds of maybe up to 200 miles per hour, things could get bumpy because since '79, this is the first time this legendary track actually has a new pavement. And after the potholes delayed the race last year, They took the 4 inches of asphalt, tore it up. They used $20 million and 50,000 tons of new asphalt. The repaving was finished in December, and now the track is smooth and ready to go. And live pictures from today after they did all that. That's the way it looks. And boy, the reaction has been terrific from the drivers so far. Everybody's talking about it, even people who can't talk, like a fish named Freddie. They took him out for a ride in his bowl on the 31-degree banking in the corners here at Daytona. And not a drop was spilled. The fish was not harmed in the taping of this demonstration, and NASCAR did not impound the fish for post-race inspection. But we wanted to check it out firsthand, so we did it Fox style.
Now, this is a smooth track. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
Haven't spilled a drop yet. You know, you're a pretty good driver. You talk a lot, but keep your eye on the road. Hey, driver, isn't that Jeff Hammond? Shouldn't we pick him up?
Why would I do that? I'm the one that dropped him off there. I love it.
We eventually picked up Hammond, as you can tell. Be pretty smooth there, Dell, around the track. How will drivers, you didn't have to draft with anybody. How are guys going to decide who they can count on?
There's one word that these drivers have used to explain this racetrack. It's smooth, just like this tabletop, but grip. This thing has more grip than Spider-Man.
But the thing is right now, Daryl, what is kind of like totally different, the way these guys are communicating right now, Chris, a lot of them are talking to one another. Teammates especially have a special switch on their radios, and they can talk to one another, help coach each other around this racetrack, when they may need to make the switch to cool their engine down, and what move that's going to come up next. So that'll be something I'll be watching during this 500-mile race.
Yeah, and as you can tell, it's sunny, warm, a light breeze right now, so the weather shouldn't be a factor. Hope you're enjoying the pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut, and we have a lot more coming up. Here's what's around the turn as we continue live from Daytona. Have at it, boys. Remember, that's what they were told last season, and that's what they did. We're going to knock out 2010's hottest feuds. And speaking of hot, everybody knows that winning 5 championships in a row is tough, right? Let's ask somebody who knows.
No.
Hear what else these champs have to say about Jimmy's amazing run. Plus, we'll have live performances from Brad Paisley and Dierks Bentley, and Kevin Harvick will be with us here, sporting his new gear. And as you know, 10 years ago, NASCAR lost a legend. Today, we will look back at the Intimidator's final day. You can see all your heroes right here as we count you down to the start of the great American race. Glad you're watching the Daytona 500 pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut live from the infield at Daytona. The Daytona 500 pre-race show, delivered by Pizza Hut, is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And we're glad you're with us. You're part of the crowd. It's the Daytona 500 pre-race show, delivered by Pizza Hut. Those are the machines that the faces that you saw at the start of the show and the drivers will be talking to will be hopping in to try and win the great American race. Over 150,000 fans expected today. Well, with a simplified point system and an enhanced chase for the Sprint Cup Championship, this is no longer your grandfather's NASCAR. Now more than ever, the priority is on winning and winning right away. And with that comes fame, fortune, and Fox. Our entourage wanted to explain some of the changes, so we borrowed from Harvey Levin and his crew at TMZ.
Stop. Dark problem, dude. Come on, anyway.
All right, everybody, what do you got? It's a new season on Fox, and I want to know what's going on.
BW, I got gas. Oh. No. Come on, guys. Not that kind. We're going to have more pit stops. We're going to have no catch cam in.
Danny, what do you think about losing the catch can guy?
I don't even want to talk about it. He's like my best friend.
Sounds like it's going to get pretty messy down there.
Yeah, but let's talk about the drivers. With all these guys having babies, they're going to put car seats in the back.
To be honest with you, I didn't get any sleep last night, and I got to go change a diaper right now, all right?
You know, Casey's got that baby face. As a meter, he looks so young. For his last birthday, I think he got a pony.
Speaking of Casey Kane, let's talk about new rides.
Well, last year's 82 is this year's 4.
I just hope I pull into the right garage. Hit the camera on my face.
All right, so bring me up to speed on Penske. Sounds like things are changing over there.
We caught up with Kurt Busch. It's the same old ride, a completely different look.
Hey, Kurt, what's with the new look?
Hey, man, I traded in the blue deuce for the double deuce. You know, 2 deuces are better than 1 deuce.
What are you hearing about Hendrick?
They pulled the big switch. Dale Jr. gets Steve Letarte and his crew. Jeff Gordon moves up the hill to Alan Gustafson.
What do you feel about losing Steve Letarte as your crew chief?
Man, if you love something, you just gotta let it go. Man, I don't even want to talk about this right now.
And then there's Mark Martin back again for another full-time season, maybe his last again. What? That guy keeps racing. He's going to get older than me.
Well, now, Dick, nobody's really older than you. I mean, Dick is so old that on his birthday, Abraham Lincoln gets the day off.
Okay, Rick, enough with the old. Sorry, let's talk about the new stuff, like new love. We have Kyle Busch on his wedding.
No, I didn't cry at my wedding. I'm not a sap like that.
Okay, and what about Happy Harvick? Is he happy?
Oh, DW. New look with the king of all sponsors.
You like the new Budweiser car? Looks pretty slick.
Looks hot. It's all black and can't wait to drive.
All right, sounds good. We got a lot to cover, and Hammond, work on that gas.
All right, that's when we were all a little testy, but now everybody's in a good mood as we get ready to run the race. What change do you think will be the most significant?
The one that hadn't been talked about very much down here yet, and it won't be for a while, and that's the change of the point system. Matt Kenseth has won the championship in 03 under the old system, and NASCAR said, we got to spice it up a little bit, created a chase. I'm not so sure they don't think that changing the point system might help somebody that thrown Jimmy Johnson.
Ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen. But I like the fact they got a new nose on the car, a new look, and I think this is also going to help these guys go quicker at a lot of other racetracks like Phoenix and like Las Vegas coming up here in a couple of weeks. I think the balance of the car is going to be better for the drivers, and they're going to like it a lot more.
How about a driver who maybe needs a change in attitude or one that'll help him get to the championship?
Well, you know, anytime we talk about attitude, we immediately start talking about Kyle Busch. He got married. I'm thinking that's going to make a big difference in the way he drives and the way he's going to live his life. So that's going to be a calming force, I believe.
Yeah, we counted up to what, almost 11 or 12 drivers that are their wives have either had children in the last year or they are having children. We're going to hear from Dale Earnhardt Jr., also Kevin Harvick, who won the Daytona 500 once before, is in good position to win again. He'll be joining us. But first, let's check out NASCAR's brand new video game. It's right on track for the 2011 season.
Creek Monster. That is our line here. Middle is good. Shoot the middle. Clear to the bottom. You got it. You got it. Oh, no. Okay, buddy. You okay?
And we welcome you back live here in Daytona. These aerial shots courtesy of the Goodyear blimp. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR, and everything we've learned making tires for one of racing's most grueling proving grounds inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Well, 2 of the last 4 Daytona 500s have been decided by a dramatic last lap pass. And Kevin Happy Harvick from Bakersfield, California, he pulled it off in 2007. So don't be surprised if you see another close call at the finish line today and you see Kevin there smiling.
Our old buddy Kevin Harvick in that 29 car.
That car is crazy fast.
One of the best closers in the business.
Here they come! Harvick! It's Harvick!
And it's great to have Kevin Harvick joining us live here in Daytona. He's getting ready to hop in his car. And Kevin, thanks for being with us. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Well, I know we tried special effects, but you're actually standing kind of right next to us. So should we have you just come over and join us at the set?
Yeah, I guess that'd be a lot easier, wouldn't it?
Daryl wanted to come out here and
I'll just take these off.
Yes, all right. And the fans love it. It's really great to have a driver so close to the start of the race be able to join us. Thanks for being with us.
No problem. I'm glad to be here.
I got to ask you real quickly, is it as wild and crazy and as intense out there this year on the racetrack as it looks like it is?
Well, it's really harder to go straight than it is to go through the corners because, you know, with the 2-car draft and everything, with everybody pushing and shoving, you have to push and shove in order to keep up.
Well, what about the communication? We've heard a lot about you guys talking back and forth. You know, we know how important spotters are, but how about the communication car to car?
Well, the spotters are the guys that are going to have to work the hardest today because they're the guys that are in control of what's coming and what's not coming. And when you're that second car, you literally can't see. You have to have 100% commitment to holding it wide open and staying on that guy's bumper square.
Who decided to paint the car black this year?
That was all Budweiser. That was all Budweiser.
tribute to Dale?
You know, they just wanted to do something different. I don't know that it was necessarily a tribute to Dale, but I think the biggest tribute is if we could put one of these RCR cars in victory lane. That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah, we'll have more on Dale Earnhardt in a moment. This close to the start of the race, Kevin, you seem so calm. Describe for the fans here your emotion when you get behind the wheel and you hear start your engines for the Daytona 500.
Well, I think you can attest to this. You know, you come into this race and there's so much hype, there's so much buildup, and there's nothing better than coming to the green flag as a driver. You don't have that anticipation at any end of the race than you do here.
It seems like you guys have got a little bit of a performance advantage. How's your car running? Is it running as good as it looks like it is?
Yeah, it's running great. Obviously, we've got great engines with the ECR engine department, and we've been in contention to win both races and haven't quite figured it out, and hopefully we're just saving our win for today.
The question I got for you, has anything been a big surprise to you? I mean, from testing here in January, you know, how much did you gain off of that kind of you know,
yeah,
we don't normally have testing.
For us, we didn't do any race stuff when we came down here to test, and we just did all single car runs because it was so close to the race, and there's so much time. You know how much time and effort they put into building these cars. We just decided to do single car stuff until we got here.
Hey, real quick, we hear about different style of racing and two driver tangos. How do you decide who you're going to connect with? And obviously that'll change, right?
Yeah, the double file restarts put a huge kink in that, and every time you come on pit road, if you have the slightest problem, you know, you're going to get behind. So obviously myself and Matt Kenseth work together well, our teammates work together well, and sometimes you just, you know, you're stuck with whoever you got. You just push like crazy.
That's kind of like this.
A lot of the drivers right now, as far as, you know, you refreshed and ready to go because you didn't race yesterday.
I've been ready to go all week.
He's been ready to go.
You didn't have to.
Let's get it on.
Are you happy?
I'm happy.
I just want to know if you're happy.
I'm calm and happy.
You look good in red. Good luck today.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Great to have Kevin Harvick in the Budweiser car with us. Now, former NASCAR champion Kurt Busch, he pulled into Daytona as a driver who never had won here. Kurt finished second on 3 different occasions at the Daytona 500. But today, the Las Vegas native hopes he is lucky and stays on the hot roll he's been on here in Daytona.
New car number, new paint job, and a winning attitude.
Kurt Busch has won the Budweiser Shootout. You got it, baby. It's going to be Kurt Busch
To win the Gatorade Duel. This race team is really making a statement.
It's been a speed week full of magical moments for Kurt Busch, winning the shootout, the duel, now trying for the trifecta, the Great American Race. Is this going to be the most challenging 500 ever?
I think so. Just with this two-car tandem and the lack of knowledge to know exactly what to expect. We saw a little bit in the nationwide race yesterday, but for us, we're just kind of going to play it easy, let it settle in, and let the race come to us with our Shell Pennzoil Dodge.
3 times you have finished second in the Daytona 500. Have you allowed yourself to dream about what it would be like to hoist the Harley J. Earl Trophy?
I have. The year I finished second the first time was to Michael Waltrip, second time to Jeff Gordon, third time to Ryan Newman, and I pushed him to that win, and I felt so close. I feel like I had a taste of that victory. But today, it's just an ordinary day. We just got to settle in. This is the 53rd running, and all the emotions are on a high right now.
Try to treat it like an ordinary day. It seems to me, Darrell, that Kurt Busch has the toughness, the mentality, not only to win a 500, but challenge for the championship and win another one.
Well, one thing he's trying to do today is be one of the few guys, I don't think anybody's ever done it, won the qualifier, won the Bud Shootout, and trying to win the Daytona 500 today. So he's got his work cut out for him, but I like his position. He's out there kind of on no man's land. He can pick anybody he wants to race with today. I think that's an advantage.
And when you say that, Darrell, I talked to Steve Addington, the crew chief for that 22 car, and the thing is right now, they're not going to change anything. A lot of people have been trying to go out and find a lot of dance partners. Kurt said, I'm going to work with whoever works with me.
Today is team owner Roger Penske's birthday, so maybe Kurt Busch will give him a nice birthday present for the Daytona 500. You're going to hear from Dale Earnhardt Jr. You'll also hear from Jimmy Johnson, a lot of drivers, but a celebrity will be performing live here in a moment with Brad Paisley. You're watching the Daytona 500 pre-race show. The Daytona 500 pre-race show is delivered by Pizza Hut. Rev it up with all your favorite pizzas at low prices. Your favorites, your Pizza Hut. And sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, and by Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Goodyear, more driven.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500 pre-race show, featuring CMA Entertainer of the Year, Brad Paisley.
Inflatable pool full of dad's hot air. I was 3 years old, splashing everywhere. And so began my love affair with water.
riverbank with all my friends. A big old rope tied to a limb. You're a big old wuss if you don't jump in the water. When that summer sun starts to beat down and you don't know what to do, grab your swimming trunks, ice a bad old igloo, drive till Bass turns blue. Daytona Beach on spring break, 18 girls up on stage, white t-shirts about to be sprayed with water. Stay right there when the daylight's gone. Play truth or dare. It won't take long for you and her. Got nothing on but water. All you really need this time of year is a pair of shades, an ice cold beer, and a place to sit somewhere near water. As a country music singer, I'm so proud to share the greatest fan base in the world with NASCAR. You're not supposed to say the word cancer in a song. And telling folks that Jesus is the answer can rub them wrong. It ain't hip to sing about tractors, trucks, little towns, or mama. Yeah, that might be true. But this is country music, and we do. But do you like to drink a cold one on the weekend and get a little loud? Say I'm sorry or I love you, but you don't know how. Or do you wish somebody had the nerve to tell that stupid boss of yours to shove it next time he yells at you? This is country music, and we do. So turn it, turn it up and sing along. This is real, this is your life in a song. Yeah, this is country music. echo of your mother on the phone, crying as she tells you that your brother is not coming home. Well, if there's anyone that still has pride in the memory of those that died defending the old red, white, and blue, this is country music, and we do. So turn it on, turn it up, and sing along. This is real, this is your life in a song. Just like a road that takes you home. Yeah, this is right where you belong. This is country music. This is country music. Hey, stop loving her today. This is country music. Hello, darling. God bless the USA. Amarillo by morning. Stand by your man. Take me home, country roads. I walk the line. A country boy can't survive. This is God bless us, everyone. I've got some big news. The bank finally came through, and I'm holding the keys to a brand new Chevrolet. Hey, you been outside? It sure is a nice night. How about a little test drive down by the lake? There's a place I know about. The dirt road runs out. We can try out the four-wheel drive. Come on now, what do you say? I can hardly wait to get a little mud on the tires. Here we go. It's a good night to be out there soaking up the moonlight. Stay out a little piece of shoreline. I've got the perfect place in mind. It's in the middle of nowhere. One way to get there, you gotta get a little mud on the tires. Play that fiddle music, son. Moonlight on a duck blind, catfish on a trot line. Sunset's about 9 this time of year. We can throw a blanket down, crickets singing in the background, and more stars than you can count on a night this clear. Tell you what we need to do is grab a sleeping bag or two, build us a little campfire. And then with a little luck, we might just get stuck. Let's get a little mud on the tires. Come on. It's a good night to be out there soaking up the moonlight. Stake out
Ainsley live at Daytona. We're headed into the Hollywood Hotel. More of the Daytona 500 pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut. A tribute to Dale Earnhardt straight ahead. Wherever you look, there he is. It's almost as if he never left, that he never died at the conclusion of the 2001 Daytona 500. Dale Earnhardt drove number 3, and so today, 10 years later, on the third lap, fans will hold 3 fingers in the air, and our broadcast booth will go silent to honor his memory. For someone who was called the Intimidator, it's amazing how many people embraced him and continue to embrace him as NASCAR's great American hero. Today, Daytona is full of smiles and also sorrow. Still hard to believe, but it was 10 years ago, and we'll never forget the day, the 2001 Daytona 500. A dramatic finish was about to take place, but then suddenly time stood still. Everything stopped, and the music died.
I got it all right now, Darrell. I got it all. I'm a lucky man. I have it all.
Dale had a knack for Daytona that nobody else had.
You'll see something you probably had never seen on Fox.
The 43rd annual Daytona 500 World Racing.
The plan was simple. He said, me and you and Dale Jr. are going to work together and win this race. Thought sounds great, but it doesn't sound very realistic.
This is when we're going to find out. We're coming around for the white flag.
I looked in my mirror and I was leading the race. Dale and Dale Jr. were right behind me.
And all of a sudden, there was a lot of activity around Dale for third place.
No! Big trouble. Big wreck behind them. To the flag.
Come on, Mikey. You got it, man. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Mikey!
Darrell, is this better than winning it?
Oh, it's better. This is great. I was hoping Dale was okay. I guess he's all right, isn't he?
When I went up to the car and took the window net down, I knew he was in trouble.
Kenny wasn't himself. You know, he was just as pale as he could be, and he said, look, I'm not a doctor. I'm telling you, it don't look good. It don't look good. And at that point, my heart just fell.
While Earnhardt's driver, Michael Waltrip, celebrates, Dale Earnhardt rides the back of an ambulance to the Halifax Medical Center.
What was beginning to be more and more odd is no Earnhardt was there.
I'm sure they're coming, right?
Find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take.
I just told Mikey that, you know, that I was awful happy for him and stuff, but I'm extremely worried about Dale.
I said a lot of prayers on the way to the hospital. Whoever came in, I think it was a doctor, came in and said we lost Dale.
After the accident and turn 4 at the end of the Daytona 500, we've lost Dale Earnhardt.
People run in circles, it's a very, very mad world.
I started wondering how I was supposed to feel at that moment, and I haven't stopped wondering since.
All I said is Dale knew. Dale knew you won that race.
I'd like to ask you to take the hand by the person beside you. Our hearts are hurting. And it all seems so unfair. People ask us, how can we go out and race today? We can do that because we know that's what Dale would want us to do.
It's Harvick! Harvick wins! Harvick by inches! What could be more fitting? What could be more special?
That was healing for us all, like it was meant to be, and know how proud Dale would have been of every one of us.
You know, Chris, Jeff, not a day goes by that someone doesn't come up to me and say, what would Dale say? What would Dale do? There's that constant reminder. And being down here this weekend, February the 18th, Michael wins in the 15 in the truck race. I was standing in the very spot I was standing the day Dale got killed. Very emotional. Kenny Schrader, first guy to his Dale's car, talking about it for the first time. A lot of healing has taken place this week, I think. We've all been, I think we've all been looking for closure. How do we get past this? How do we move on? I believe with all the tributes, and they've been all very respectful to Dale's legacy, I believe today maybe we're going to start down that road to recovery.
You know, I agree with you. I mean, and the thing is, I was with Dale when he drove his first race, and unfortunately, I was there that day when he drove his last race. And you know, I lost a friend. You know, and our sport lost a racing hero. I don't think I've known any other driver in the history of our sport that was so loved by his fans and by us. I mean, we didn't understand how important he was until he did disappear.
He was a bigger-than-life character and has touched a lot of lives and still does, and took NASCAR to great heights. I know personal attention from both of you over the years still has great impact, and our friends at Speed put together a full-length special called The Day. Local listings for the next airing of that on Speed. The Day, remembering Dale Earnhardt. Well, on every day and on every track, Dale Earnhardt Jr. proudly honors his father in his own way and his own style. He's made a name for himself. Today marks the 400th career start for Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Junior Nation continues cheering him on every step of the way. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the fan favorite.
The time is now, and I think he's ready for it.
This is his day. Get it done.
Well, thank you, Chris. Dale, what does it mean? You and your dad both won this event, 2 of just 34 men who have won the Great American Race. What does it mean?
You can't explain it. You know, it's too hard to put into words what winning this race feels like and really what it means personally. But it takes a whole team to do it. It takes a lot of preparation. It starts really, really early in the off season, and you know, it's at this place with the way the racetrack is now. Car means everything. So hopefully, I know the guys at Hendrick give us good engines, and they put a good body on this car. And it's just as good as, almost as good as the car we set on the pole with, so we feel pretty confident.
Hey, man, good luck getting that second Daytona 500 win.
Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you, Steve and Junior. And you know, Darrell, you're still fighting back tears thinking about his father. I don't know how Junior does it, and he said, even though 10 years later, that he would rather be on the sidelines, let other people reflect on the memory of his father as he gets ready for today's race.
Yeah, and I think that he didn't want this weekend to be about him. And certainly he won the pole, and that got a lot of attention. But today, Junior, listen to DW. It's about you.
Yep.
Go out there and drive the wheels off that race car. You're starting in the back, but you got a chance to win this thing. Steve Letarte and he have got great chemistry. Go get the job done today, Junior.
DW, the one thing I want to say is that we came back here in July after the horrific crash in February. Dale Jr., he was able to suck it up, get focused, and he won that race. And it kind of like, I think, helped heal a lot of stuff. In July of this past year, in 2010, he came down in a Wrangler car with number 3 on it. He won then. This man, when he gets pushed in that corner, or he gets kind of like jacked up and ready to go, he's hard to beat, and today he could be hard to beat.
Well, and he's shown he could make up space in a matter of time. So where he starts, he can overcome that. Bigger picture for him, though, championship. I mean, he's 36 years old. He's missed 3 of the last 4 chases. He says, I'm sick and tired of the way we've been performing.
They've made changes, and I think they'll help him. But can you believe that this is his favorite track? I mean, where his dad lost his life, this is his favorite track.
He has won before, second in last year's Daytona 500. Well, as part of our Fox Sports Supports charitable initiative this NASCAR on Fox season, we're proud to support the Association of Hole-in-the-Wall Camps, founded by Paul Newman. These camps are a place where children with serious medical conditions can have a great camp adventure, always free of charge. For more information, please visit and help us out at www.holeinthewallcamps.org/Fox. We're counting it down to the start of the Daytona 500, and there he is, 5-time champion, the Dominator. Can he win 6 in a row? Some other champs will comment on the level of his greatness. The Daytona 500 pre-race show is delivered by Pizza Hut. Rev it up with all your favorite pizzas at low prices. Your favorites, your Pizza Hut. Jimmy Johnson still the guy to beat.
Jimmy Johnson, the California kid.
That's the way you get the victory lane.
Get the champagne out.
5-time Sprint Cup champion.
NASCAR's reigning champ has traveled a long road. Jimmy Johnson grew up in a California trailer park. His mother drove a bus, his father working for a tire company, driving a truck. And Jimmy's risen all the way to the top of NASCAR to be the dominant driver, winning Athlete of the Year and an unprecedented 5 straight titles. His accomplishments are so outstanding, it has other champions talking.
Repeat.
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 Repeat after me 5 times. You did it. You did it 5 times.
In a row. in a row.
I think repeating as champion is something really unique because there's so few athletes that get that opportunity.
When you've won the world title or you've won it a few times, you know, guys are gunning for you. On some level, if you're the guy to beat, that's the position you want to be in.
In order to repeat, when you have people coming after you, they're challenging you, it's really, really difficult to do it numerous times.
Well, trying to win a championship once is obviously hard. You know, if you come back and win a second or a third or a fourth or a fifth or a seventh, obviously the competition starts to understand you better.
They call you the Dominator.
The Dominator.
You are the Dominator.
Well, let me put it to you this way. It's hard to win 5 consecutive championships in anything. To be the best at your profession goes without saying he's dominating the sport.
Oh, I think there's no doubt that anything 5 times in a row is domination.
What he's done is so unique and so special. We'll look at it 50 years from now and go, wow, that guy was something.
Guys are going to think in their head on some level they can't beat him after winning that many. You know, he's going to have this kind of mental advantage to, you know, the people around him when it comes right down to it.
Winning really has to hit home for you and has to mean something to you.
I think passion is such a big factor in the success of any champion.
I've been around Jimmy a bit. I know that he's extremely focused and more importantly, he's smart. Why not 6?
I think you answer your doubters by winning the first time.
Accept that challenge and get better and improve and try to prove them wrong.
Those questions out there as to whether or not you can do it again is a healthy thing.
Guys are going to give 100% every single time.
And the people who doubt you, you're going to keep showing them how wrong they were.
People criticize you. I think you can use that.
Having that little bit of motivation in the back of your mind sometimes makes the difference.
I think that motivates the great athletes.
The only thing that matters from a sporting perspective is the final score.
The one thing I would say to Jimmy is enjoy it.
I hope that he wins 10 in a row and he can sit back and say, wow, that was pretty good.
You'll probably smash him, and we'll be doing this interview next time saying go for 7.
I have a ton of respect for this guy, and I wish him the best.
From a 5-time to another 5-time. Good luck with number 6.
You truly are the great one.
Good luck with 6. Go for it.
I'm sure it'll be one heck of a ride.
Wow, some impressive people talking, and Jimmy was listening. He's standing by with our Chris Devoda, so let's join them right now from the track. Krista?
Yeah, each of those athletes, the dominator of their sport, when you hear them say those things about you, you were listening to it, what goes through your mind, and what's the superhero quality that you all have?
It gave me the chills. It's tough to hear that before I'm supposed to go out and do my job. I can't thank them all enough for their kind words and respect they've given me and what I have accomplished and this race team's accomplished. It's obviously something really unique. We're still hungry. We want more. We feel like we have a team that's capable of winning a championship again this year, and today's the start of that. We have to go out and do our jobs today, and then qualify for the chase and get our best 10 inside of the chase. So a huge honor. Can't thank those guys enough for saying the kind words, and let's go racing.
So does Superman have his cape this year?
They thought I lost it last year, and somewhere we found it. Believe me, I'm a realist. I knew that we were weak last year at points, but you can't ever count this team out. So I guess the cape's never too far away.
Well, other athletes who have chosen for him to win today's Daytona 500, Dirk Nowitzki of the Dallas Mavericks and Hines Ward of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chris?
Thanks, Krista. And Jimmy, he'll start from middle of the pack, but bigger picture here is would he be your choice for 6 in a row?
Well, the one thing that I like that those guys said is about focus. And Jimmy Johnson is focused more than any driver I know. If you ask the other competitors, they'll say he's a very focused individual. Only distraction he has is trying to get people to appreciate what he's been doing.
I don't think that matters to him. I think it really right now, that team is believing in him again. They know that they have the right man behind the wheel. He encourages and inspires them, and they just feed off of one another. This cat right here, he is truly remarkable when it comes to driving a race car.
He's got that PhD for success, poor, hungry desire. You know, he keeps that with him. How about the Daytona 500 today? Where he's starting from, the kind of with the Rick Hendricks race team around him?
You never count the 48 team out. You know that. With Chad Canal sitting on the pit box and Jimmy's ability on the racetrack, he's got great teammates. Don't be surprised if 48 isn't up in front when it counts the most.
Yep, he has Dale Earnhardt Jr. he can lean on as well. Jeff Gordon, who's on the front row. You know, last season, Denny Hamlin was Jimmy Johnson's main challenger. He won 8 races but finished second for the title. Today, he's hoping to shake off a rough few weeks in Daytona. Hamlin delivered the drama. First in the Budweiser shootout, he made a move that could have won the race for him, but he went down below that yellow line at the checkered flag, so he was penalized and moved back. And then in qualifying, trouble after leaving pit road. Wild ride through the grass, and then in the duels he spun out to avoid a crash. Dick Berggren is with Denny Hamlin.
Well, it's been a tough week. Have you been able to put all that behind you? And if so, how are you going to win the Daytona 500?
Yeah, we definitely have. We've had everything, but I mean, we've even had the lights go out on us during practice. So it's been an adventurous week for sure, but things have progressively gotten a little bit better. So I'm looking forward to it. Our FedEx team's pumped about this year. Obviously feel like we have a great shot at it.
First time he ever raced here in a Sprint Cup car. Denny Hamlin won. Go get him.
Thanks, Dick. Denny. He hasn't been in the top 15 at the Daytona 500 race, but let's look at him because it looked like he was going to win the championship and snap that Jimmie Johnson string. What do you think he learned from that he'll carry into this year?
I think it's mental toughness. I believe that this team makes a lot of little mistakes. Going below the yellow line in the Bud Shootout, I'm not sure that was necessary. I think he could have won that race if he'd have just forced Ryan Newman up a little bit. The mistake he made leaving pit road, didn't have the wheel snapped on well. Last year at Phoenix, he lost his cool, went to Homestead, lost the championship. Mental toughness. Get him, Coach.
I was going to say that's what needs to happen right now, Chris. Before they get too far down the road here, somebody needs to sit him down and say, "Whoa, time out. You made these mistakes at the end of the year and have put us in a hole. Let's don't dig this hole here at Daytona by making these same mistakes." They've got to tighten up all the way around. Mike Ford, Coach Gibbs, they've got to help this young man.
Yeah, you say get him, Coach. That's Joe Gibbs, who also has Kyle Busch. Talk about teammates, but you know he hangs out, Denny Hamlin, with Michael Jordan, Charlotte Bobcats former, of course, great player, and he sponsors the logo here. You'd think a little bit of that greatness would rub off when things get tight in a championship?
Well, he's in the right crowd. You know, Joe Gibbs won the Super Bowl, and of course Michael Jordan, we know what he's done. Those are good influences in your life. And when you're single, you need to be single focused. And sometimes you get too many distractions, it hurts your performance.
But the driver has got to be the one who initiates this. We can tell him all we want to. Fix it, fix it, fix it. He's got to figure out how to fix that.
And we'll see how he does it today and who he will be dancing with. We begin our show every week with Dierks Bentley singing Sideways. Let's head live down to the track where fans can enjoy another performance of Sideways from Dierks Bentley.
Hey y'all, it's racing day, so loud out here I can't hear a thing. But these fans are going wild. Yeah! These drivers came to rock, and no place else but Fox knows how to do it NASCAR style. And it's hey now, here we go, race day. Don't you be going slow. Keep that pedal down on the floor. Push it till the crowd can't take no more. Been there since the flag came down. Be there till the last lap around. Worked all week, it's time to play. Gonna get a little bit sideways. Go race day, don't you be going slow. Keep that pedal down on the floor. Push it till the crowd can't take no more. Been here since the flag came down. Be here till the last lap around. Worked all week, it's time to play. Gonna get a little bit sideways. Sideways.
That's Dierks Bentley.
It's a hit. Thank you very much.
You know,
I love it.
Talk about sideways over the past year or so. Drivers have gotten sideways with each other mentally, physically, and verbally. And the drivers we're watching today, they all grew up wanting to be an athlete, a rock star, or Superman. And in NASCAR, you can be all three. Like in the comic books, you can be a hero or a villain, or you can take on a hero or a villain. And it all makes for rivalries, feuds, and entertainment.
Drivers were told to have at it, and needless to say, they all took it to heart. NASCAR's new edict flamed the fire of the sport's fiercest rivals.
And the 99 has turned over Brad Keselowski.
It's not cool to intentionally wreck somebody at 195 mile an hour.
That looks so much like Edwards' turnover at Talladega off the bumper of Keselowski.
Well, Brad knows the deal between him and I. At the end of the day, we come out here to race, and people got to have respect for one another.
Drivers didn't hold back, on or off the track. Punches were thrown.
Jeff Gordon and Jeff Burton, oh my goodness, they're going at it, guys. I mean, literally.
Trash was talked.
Side by side between Kevin Harvick and Joey Logano.
I don't know what his deal is with me, but it's probably not his fault. His wife wears a fire suit and family tells him what to do, so it's probably not his fault.
Nothing was off limits, not even driver introductions.
Brad Keselowski, driver of the Penske Racing Dodge. Kyle Busch is an ass.
What was your thought about Keselowski's little pre-race declaration?
Who? Even teammates didn't hold back. Tempers flared among the sport's biggest superstars.
48 is testing my patience, I can tell you that. It takes a lot to make me mad, and I'm pissed right now.
Kyle looking for the lead. Hamlin is good on the bottom.
Oh, he put a block on him in the wall. He put him in the wall.
Somebody better keep me away from Denny Hamlin after this race. I swear to God, I'm going to kill that mother.
Will cooler heads prevail in 2011? Who are you kidding? Have at it, boys.
And they certainly will. Time for Gas and Go. We ask questions. They have the answers, and these questions have been kept all winter long in the wardrobe closet of Lady Gaga. So
great.
you don't know what. You're on the clock. Daryl, which of the feuds from last season will continue this season and maybe even today?
Here's what I can promise you. Kevin Harvick will be in a feud with someone.
And Kyle Busch?
Kyle Busch is my man. I'm telling you right now, that kid don't take nothing from anybody.
All right, pal. All right, Jeff, it's been 65 races since Jeff Gordon has won a race. We know he's starting up front. Can he get it done at the Daytona 500 today? You're thinking too long. I would say that's
No.
Did I confuse him?
No.
He says no. What do you say? Yes, no?
Yeah, he can.
Okay.
I think he can. I don't know if he will, but I think he can.
All right, Daryl, I'm sure Kyle Busch will win a lot of races, but this year, does he finally contend? You talked about his attitude adjustment. Is this the year he contends seriously for the championship?
Got to eliminate those mistakes. Got to get his emotions under control. He got married in the off season. That's usually a positive in a driver's life.
Okay.
Calms him down a little bit.
Let's hope it.
He will be the number one contender for Gibbs Racing.
Only 2 wins from September through November, so that's something he's got to change. Jeff, for you, I got to do that. Keeps me in line. We've seen a lot of the 2-driver tangos. We've talked about it already. Visually show us what we can expect today, how it'll affect the race.
This is exactly what we're going to see today. These guys have perfected the fact that with 450 horsepower, if they get nose to tail and the back guy starts pushing, all of a sudden you've got 900 horsepower, and because of the aerodynamics of the front car breaking the draft for the first back car, it makes them run a lot faster.
Synchronized racing.
Okay,
Well,
it's been described in a lot of ways. First time, though, 43 Cup cars on this track going around. All right, Daryl, for you, Brian Vickers back after having to leave racing with serious health problems. Had a heart operation in July. He's back in the car. Let's talk about what we can expect, what a driver goes through.
Well, sometimes when you lose something, you don't realize how much you missed it. And being away from this sport, I know I've been there, being away from this sport a little while really makes you want it that much more when you come back. I think he's really motivated to get back to Victory Circle.
All right, Jeff, for you, final question. A lot of buzz around a kid who turned 20 years old yesterday, Trevor Bayne. Is he the next big thing? We're going to watch him at his first Daytona 500.
I believe so. I mean, everybody right now that has been watching this young man behind the wheel, including 4-time champion Jeff Gordon, they believe he can get it done. The Wood brothers believe he can get it done. Watch him. He's going to be an up-and-coming superstar.
All right, we'll watch him, yes. And you'll be talking with Trevor Bayne on the laps
on the
right before the race. And you have to head upstairs to join Larry and Mike and the play-by-play booth. We're going to get your Pizza Hut prediction here in just a few moments. But what excites you most about this race, real quick?
The speed and how close these guys are running together. Just the sheer fact of the closeness and how fast they're going.
All right, Jeff and I will be down here in the Hollywood Hotel. You want variety? The last 9 Daytona 500s have been won by 9 different drivers. Glad you're watching the Daytona 500 pre-race show from Daytona. Delivered by Pizza Hut. We'll get you closer to the start of the race in just a moment. Glad you're watching NASCAR on Fox, the kickoff to our season and the start of something big. The Great American Race. Family and friends are gathered around as America's elite drivers go 500 miles here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as the All-Army Color Guard from the Military District of Washington, D.C. presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as the senior pastor of the Greater Friendship Baptist Church of Daytona Beach, Reverend Dr. L. Ronald Durham, offers today's invocation.
Let us pray. Lord, we pray that you bless each driver with your protection. Guide them and direct their paths around each turn of the track. Set your angels before them, protect those who race and those in the pit, and allow each one to finish unharmed. As we look at the red, white, and blue of the flag that waves, protect our sons and daughters fighting to keep our freedom around the world and keep America strong. We praise you and thank you. In the majestic name of our Lord Jesus, amen and Godspeed.
To perform our national anthem, please welcome multiple platinum and Grammy award-winning country music superstar, Republic Nashville recording artist, Martina McBride.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Drivers, faces of determination without fear, the uncertainty, the mystery of it all. The answers are 500 miles away. Our Daytona 500 pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut. Bright blue skies, temperature in the 70s, little wind for the start of the 53rd running of the Great American Race. Jamie McMurray, last year's winner in a backup car today. But time for our Pizza Hut race prediction. We're going to ask our experts to name the race winner, and then we're going to track every week who's the best, and you can get involved as well. Let's start upstairs to the booth, and Mike Joy. Mike?
It's a tough one, Chris, but I only know of one driver who really has a pizza oven in his motor coach, and he's won everything else there is to win at Speed Weeks. Tony Stewart.
I woke up this morning, all I saw was twos everywhere. Kurt Busch is my man.
Call me sentimental, but I'm picking the 103 car.
What?
That's the 88 and the 15 come to the line together, hooked up.
I was amazed he could add. That's what threw me off. All right, how about your pick, Jeff?
I'm going to go with Happy Harvick. I mean, I believe his style of racing, he's kind of sneaky smart, Chris. I really like his style.
Yeah, he's aggressive and tough. You can log on to foxsports.com/Pizza Hut. Vote for your favorite driver you think will win today, and you'll get a chance to win a trip to next year's Daytona 500. Be sure to keep an eye out for updates during the race to see who you, the fans, voted as the Pizza Hut fan favorite driver. Fatigue may be a factor today as drivers take on the realization of a dream. Let's head down for those famous words we always like to hear in racing, but always special at the Daytona 500.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome co-grand marshals and stars of the upcoming movie Transformers: Dark of the Moon, Josh Duhamel, Rosie Huntington-Whiteley, and director Michael Bay as they deliver the most famous words in motorsports.
Thanks, Jim. I want to take a moment to thank all of our troops overseas fighting for us. And now,
Gentlemen,
start the engine!
Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers from the Hollywood Hotel, the guys that will take you through another season of the NASCAR on Fox coverage and the Daytona 500. Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy. Mike, gentlemen, start your talking.
Thanks, Chris, and hello, everybody. The Daytona 500, NASCAR's biggest race and one of the toughest to win. Took Dale Earnhardt 20 tries, Buddy Baker 18, DW 17 years to win it. Bobby Allison, David Pearson, Michael Waltrip, each won it on their 15th try. But today, Darrell, you say this could be the toughest 500 ever to win.
Oh, I think physically and mentally, this is by far and away the toughest one I've seen. This two-car tandem that we've been watching around here takes a lot of focus, a lot of concentration, and the speeds are incredible, over 200 miles an hour all the time. And folks, we just can't make this stuff up. This has been a great week down here with the tribute to Dale and everything else, so it's all good. Junior starting on the pole, he's fallen to the rear, but it's been a good week.
Well, Larry, it's not just having a fast car and good pit stops. Finding a partner, keeping a partner, and all that goes into that. It's pretty tense for 500 miles.
Well, it is. I mean, you're going to be working from the drop of the green flag to hunt your partner that can help you, that you can push, that can be pushed by you. You're going to have to do it through a bunch of pit stops. And by the way, you're going to be doing it for 500 miles. Darrell mentioned physically and mentally. We watched some of these same drivers yesterday for 300 miles. They almost had to pour out of those race cars.
We've been waiting all winter for it. The green flag for the 53rd annual Daytona 500 coming up next on Fox.
And it's hey now, here we go. Gonna get a little bit sideways.
The cars roll off the grid in front of a packed house for the 53rd annual Daytona 500. The skies are petty blue, and the field of 43 begins to form up down toward turn number 1. A beautiful, perfect day for racing. This race is brought to you by Budweiser, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, fast finish. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Chevy is proud to pace the 53rd running of the Great American Race with the 400 horsepower Camaro SS. Try to keep up with it, boys. The cast of Transformers gave the command to start the race, and as part of the parade lap, there are 3 of the Transformer cars. The number 48 is called Wrecker. Has a similar V8 to a Sprint Cup car, a little less compression. Good bit of horsepower there, 510. And oh, by the way, look at all that armor. Now, Jimmy doesn't have quite so much on his 48.
I'm glad.
Let's have a look at the NASCAR on Fox starting lineup for the 500. Dale Earnhardt Jr., 2004 winner. Jeff Gordon, a 3-time winner, have earned the front row. Kurt Busch won the shootout in the duel. Jeff Burton, the winner of his dual race, to secure Road 2. Clint Boyer, Regan Smith, one of the best pushers here. Michael Waltrip trying for 3, and Kevin Harvick, the 07 winner. Kyle Busch, 24 NASCAR wins last year. Matt Kenseth. Brian Keselowski, the Cinderella, the glass slipper fit for him. McMurray, Montoya, teammates. McMurray, the defending champ. Brad Keselowski, Brian's brother, and A.J. Allmendinger. Mark Martin in his 27th 500 with Denny Hamlin. Paul Menard, new to the RCR team, and Martin Truex, 08 winner Ryan Newman with Carl Edwards. Jimmy Johnson, 5-time with David Rudiman. Tony Stewart won his 12th Speed Weeks race yesterday with Greg Biffle. Brian Vickers making his first start with Darlington with Robert Richardson. 2-time 500 winner Bill Elliott with Robbie Gordon. Bobby Labonte in a new ride, and young Trevor Bayne carrying the colors of the Wood Brothers as we look through the rest of the 43-car field. Let's talk to the hot 20-year-old rookie from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Trevor Bayne, DW Fox Sports. You got a copy there, young man?
Sir, I do. How are you guys doing today?
We're really doing well. That was really nice what you did on the cranking up the engine there, the prayer. I really liked that. Good job, buddy. Hey, you're driving the famous 21 car. You met David Pearson, who's won the Daytona 500 in that car. What's your game plan for today?
The same thing his was, I guess. You know, we're all here to win, but I understand it's my first 500, and I have a lot to learn. But I tell you, man, this fast race car has done me a lot of justice so far these speed weeks. These guys, everybody on this Wood Brothers crew has just provided me an awesome race car that I think has the capabilities of running up front. You know, it's just finding that buddy to work with, which I think we built a lot of those relationships this week, and I've got a lot of good support, man. So we're pumped about it.
All right there. Good job through the week here. You've been going to school. Today is graduation. Hope you get this certificate.
All right, guys, I appreciate it. Hopefully we get this Ford Motorcraft up front for you.
The 20th driver to run the 500 for the Wood brothers. Keep an eye on this man who turned 20 yesterday. He is one to watch. Down to our NASCAR on Fox All-Star Pit Crew, beginning with Matt Yocum.
Mike, today Jeff Gordon chases his overall 15th victory here in Daytona, 4th in the Great American Race. But each qualifying event or shootout race this week here in Daytona, it's been different variables that Gordon has had to deal with. His drafting buddy, Trevor Bayne, he's starting near the back. His teammates are starting near the back. The big question mark early on, just who will Gordon pair up with early? Chris Devoda?
When Jamie McMurray won this race last year, he cried. And then he went to the media center and cried some more. He says, I know a grown man is not supposed to break down in a room full of people. But when you haven't won a race in a while, you're overwhelmed. And then when you realize that race was the Daytona 500, the floodgates open. Today, he will try to navigate those floods 2 by 2 with his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya. Dick Berggren?
Well, 20-year-old Joey Logano has had a tough speed weeks. He has run in 3 preliminary events and crashed in 3 preliminary events. But the veteran observers say the kid is ready to win and win big this year. That could start here at the Daytona 500 if he can keep it out of the wall. Steve Burns?
Dick, Tony Stewart won here yesterday, giving him 16 Daytona wins, but he has never won the Daytona 500. Would he give up all 16 trophies for one at the Great American Race? Well, listen to Kevin Harvick. Kevin Harvick says that this is the biggest race of the year times 10.
This is the Daytona 500. I mean, you're just on edge with your nerves already. Just the whole experience of the Great American Race.
It's the first race of the year, but it's the biggest race of the year. So, you know, you got the early in the year jitters. You got the nervousness about the Daytona 500, how much it means to win. So there's a lot going on the Daytona 500 morning.
You get the worst night of sleep ever the night before the Daytona 500, and you can't help it. You know, your heart pounds all night long, and you just can't sleep.
The anticipation is really high, and the enthusiasm is really high, and everybody thinks they're going to win a championship, and everybody thinks they're going to win the race.
Just the emotion of the high with all the people, the colors, the atmosphere, you can feel it. It's electric.
The whole field is pretty amped up as you come to the green, and really as a driver, there's really no bigger anticipation than coming to the green flag at the Daytona 500.
The start of a new season, and at this moment, every one of 43 drivers can win the Daytona 500. Everyone can be Sprint Cup champion. In a world where most sports play their biggest game at the end of the season, NASCAR does it just the opposite.
It's when the best are at their best.
Today, a whole new style of racing at Daytona. We'll go 200 laps, 500 miles as we always do. 55 on pit road. Fuel window 42 to 46. Laps and 4 cars to the back.
And that's going to be huge, but the pit window there, because this racetrack has so much grip. Tires are not going to be that important, but that fuel window certainly could be.
A few things to note as we get ready to go green. Brand new surface at Daytona has led to a new style of racing. The bump and push style of drafting seen at Talladega is now possible at Daytona due to this smooth surface. As mentioned, after 300 miles yesterday, drivers were worn out. Imagine driving in a snowstorm where all you can see are the taillights of the car in front of you, and you don't know what's on either side, what's behind you, or what'll happen next. That's what's going to happen here, especially for that driver pushing the car in front. And finally, we'll remember Dale Earnhardt and his legacy with a silent third lap to honor the number 3 that he made famous.
The other thing is a .196 has been the difference in all the races run down here this weekend for the winner.
Set to go green, the Camaro pace car will make the left turn to pit road, and Darrell, it's time to start another season of NASCAR and NASCAR on Fox.
Be nice here, be nice guys, hold on, hold on.
Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys!
guys will pair up and draft with either a teammate or a convenient partner.
Larry, the same thing we're seeing today is what we saw with that 24 car. Really slow on the get-go. Doesn't seem to get up to speed very well.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon in the dual races with Trevor Bayne pushing him most of that race. Hated to see restarts.
I think Jeff Gordon, maybe he's drifting back in there to find Trevor Bayne in the 21 car.
In the qualifying race, Kurt Busch had help from Regan Smith the whole race long. Smith pushed him to victory, and he has pushed Busch to lead lap 1.
See Michael Waltrip in the 15 car, Kyle Busch in the 18, a couple of Toyotas getting a pretty good run on the high side through 1 and 2 down to the back straight.
Don't look back. pretty comfortable right here where these guys are, but man, back behind them, pack of wolves.
5 pairs of cars have broken away from the pack, where everyone else looks to find a drafting partner. And as they come off 4 and complete lap 2, NASCAR on Fox, and Daytona pay tribute to the man in black, Dale Earnhardt, on this, the 3rd lap of the race. May not be his 7 championships or all of his victories, but the advances in safety in NASCAR that followed that dark day in 2001.
This 2-car draft at the bottom of the racetrack, A.J. Allmendinger in the 43 car, Mark Martin in the 5. Saw these guys work together a lot in practice, and they were fast no matter which one was pushing the other.
Worked together a lot in practice, but I believe this may be the first time we've had them up in the front here fighting for the lead. And that's the way this race unfolds always. So many unexpected, and you never know who's going to rise to the top.
Allmendinger started 13th, Mark Martin 15th. They lead the Daytona 500. Oh, Kyle Busch.
Speed behind you, wave to 7.
Gets it down on the apron without further contact. Jostling further back, but no other collision.
That was luck.
And Rowdy Busch, winner of 24 races across NASCAR's top 3 series last year, has brought out the first caution of the day.
See what happened here up on the outside. Gets a shove from Michael there in the 15 car. Wrong place, wrong time.
The Daytona 500 is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. By the new film Transformers, Dark of the Moon, July 1st. This film not yet rated. And by DirecTV. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
First caution of the day, pit road, a fairly busy place. Not quite half the cars elected to make stops.
They made the pit road wider. I think it would make things safer.
Let's have a look at what happened to Michael Waltrip and Kyle Busch coming in from the right side of your screen.
Remember, the drivers say, I can't see past the car in front of me. So Michael really can't see. It looked to me like Kyle in the 18 said, I'm going to get behind the 5, but Michael wasn't ready for him to do that. We've talked about how the drivers communicate with each other on their radios. Those two may not have the ability to do that.
Let's have a look from behind the accident, right in the middle of the racetrack.
Darrell, did it almost look like he wanted to first go down there and then had a second thought about it and came back up?
I think he got just a tad loose when he was going to cut to the bottom. I think his car got a little loose, and then Michael was right up on him, and the air just went away.
From Mark Martin.
3 wide. outside.
Now, there does not appear to be major damage to Kyle Busch's car. Here's what he had to say after the spin.
I had to check up because there were 3 wide. There was nowhere to go, so I trail broke a little bit, and it just spun me right out, getting in the corner. Stupidly insane.
Stupidly insane.
Hadn't heard that one yet.
Kyle Busch did get on the radio and say, tell Michael he didn't do anything wrong. There's just not enough real estate. The plan right now is for 18 of Kyle Busch to come back down pit road. You see him there. He's asking for the toe plate, the alignment on the car. He wants to know, is it toe in or toe out? What is wrong? They said, that's what we have to check. Steve?
Krista, Michael Waltrip said on the radio, I didn't do anything wrong. I stayed right in the middle like he asked me to.
Just checking all.
Aligning the front end on Kyle Busch's Toyota. Here's today's Ford F-150 EcoBoost track facts. It took 6 months to repave Daytona International Speedway, beginning right after the July 4th race. They used 50,000 tons of asphalt, 1.4 million square feet of it. The first complete repaving since 1979, and the cost, $20 million. Spotters all over the place, radio frequencies abuzz. You see spotters up atop our control tower, and radio frequencies were being exchanged in the garage all morning. There are some drivers who can talk to as many as 15 different competitors by selecting them on their radio. However, we are told that the Joe Gibbs teams, including Kyle Busch, refused all requests for their frequencies from other drivers and said, if you want to communicate with our driver, go through their spotter up on the roof instead of trying to talk to them directly.
He would have been wise to have had Michael's radio frequency in that situation there. We're coming to the green, but real quickly, trail braking. When you get a gap between you and the guy that was pushing you, you want to ride the brake a little bit and let that guy ease back up on you. Looks like they just didn't time it right.
Kevin Harvick on the inside of race leader A.J. Allmendinger as they restart double file. Harvick Chevrolet has help from Matt Kenseth's Ford. While Mark Martin stays glued to the back bumper of former road racer A.J. Allmendinger in the 43.
Yeah, immediately after that restart, we're seeing the same 2 driver tandems that we saw before the caution flag at the front of the field.
Now, folks at home, I know you would say, well, with these guys running that close together, wouldn't his engine get hot? That's been a big issue down here for the last several days, trying to be able to push a guy in front of you for long periods of time and not cook your engine. Something the drivers are really going to have to pay attention to.
For the lead, Harvick, past winner of the 500 and one of the best closers in the business. In the closing laps, you watch for that 29 to come through the field. He's trying to lead a lap here from A.J. Allmendinger. Not this one. The Ford stays out front.
But look at that wad of cars behind these top 6. I mean, they're 3 wide for 8 rows deep.
They're fighting for a position. I'm just not sure which one. And I don't think they are either. They're just trying to find somebody to help you get by all this if you can.
And you've got to have a partner, because one car pushing another can be several miles an hour faster than any single car all by itself. On the high side, Big Daddy Jeff Gordon beginning his drive for 5 for a 5th championship. Brian Vickers pushing a former teammate of Gordon's. He is back after a year's illness, cleared by doctors to drive after heart surgery, and nobody wants to win more than Vickers. Check that. Casey Kane in the 4 is the car pushing Jeff Gordon. His car painted identical to that of Brian Vickers. Different number, Kane in the 4. Now, Dale Jr. had to start this race from the back, but his 88's coming to the front. 8th place and coming.
We've seen these two guys. These two guys actually wrecked in practice. That was, oh, we got a smoker up in here. Somebody's got something blowing out. Who is it?
J.J. Yaley, who raced his way into the 500 with a fine drive in Thursday's qualifying race. Drifting to the middle of the pack and trailing smoke. Caution is out for the 2nd time.
Yeah, I'd say he's putting down some oil. Got to be careful here, boys, racing back to this caution.
Junior almost got turned around by Martin Truex.
See, no, I don't understand that. They didn't get the message. The caution was out. They kept racing.
Caution, when the caution comes out. Yeah, Yeah, 10-4. I never heard NASCAR say it, man.
Now watch the 88 coming to the caution flag, and Martin Truex tucked up underneath him.
They don't know the caution's out. You just heard Junior getting on his spotter. They think, man, this is going to be easy right here.
Boy, that'd like to have been big right there. And the irony of that, when he wrecked in Wednesday's practice, it was Martin Truex Jr. in the 56 that was behind him that turned him sideways because they couldn't see.
This caution flag is a break for the 18 because he did not get up to speed on the restart. Kyle Busch.
Watch these two guys. The same thing happened in practice. They ran up on some slow cars that were coming up to speed, I guess we should say. Jimmy Johnson right there. See those slow cars down to the right of the screen. They ran up on them, had to check up. Jimmy did, and that's how Junior ended up in a backup car. Same with Martin. Junior really disappointed, but I think he's going to be fine.
After winning the Daytona 500 pole, that practice crash put Dale Jr. in this backup car for today's race.
But you saw that cheerleader there standing beside him after that wreck. 3 of the 4 Hendrick drivers working with new teams and new crew chiefs in 2011. That was Steve Letarte, who used to be with Jeff Gordon.
Larry, 11 laps complete. Do you pit?
I think you're going to see a lot of guys take advantage of this and come to pit road for fuel only. You almost never pass up an opportunity, Steve Burns, to put fuel in your car.
Matt Kenseth in the 17 hits pit road. Is going to be fuel only. Jimmy Johnson's going to stop right in front of him. Matt.
And Jeff Gordon said his car was skating when he went high. They made a slight adjustment, so he has more grip, and they're topping him off with fuel, Krista.
Kevin Harvick said he would do what Matt Kenseth did. They said Matt's coming in for fuel only. Almost a collision at the end of pit road. Kevin takes fuel only also.
There's the race off pit road. Fuel only for all of the top 10. We're under caution for the second time in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds.
Second caution of the day in the Daytona 500 as you watch our aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV. Dale Jr. and Martin Truex getting together as they came to the caution flag. After the caution came out, we heard this.
Got a couple cars coming with a run on the far outside up here. There you go. Got 2 outside, 2 outside, 2 outside. Comes out. Gotta watch your caution light when the caution comes out. Yeah, 10-4. I never heard NASCAR say it, man. I can't see the lights that good. Yeah, 10-4.
I would suggest to my spotter, get somewhere where you can, because that could have been disastrous.
Normally the spotters are scanning NASCAR and they know exactly when they say put it out, meaning the caution's coming out.
I didn't even know they relied on the lights so much as they just did, like you said, unless NASCAR never got the word out, but everybody else slowed down.
We talked about Trevor Bayne making his first start for the Wood Brothers, only his second Sprint Cup race. Just turned 20 yesterday. Dick Berggren, how's he doing?
I think he's doing pretty well, Mike. He just made a pit stop for fuel, and before the start of the race, I went to him and had him hold his hands straight out. Asked if he was nervous. Not one finger twitched. This kid is solid as a rock for his first Daytona 500.
Here's what he had to say the other night about drafting with Jeff Gordon in his qualifying race.
That was unbelievable to have Jeff Gordon, you know, the guy that I've looked up to my whole life and my racing career. My first number was 24. I don't even know if anybody knows that, but just because of Jeff. So to have him come up right before the race, when I'm sitting here thinking, man, I don't know who my partner's going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. I guess I'll just sink and then pick somebody up and go to the front again. So Jeff Gordon's like, hey, man, I'll work with you. I said, really? You know, I didn't think it was serious at first. And then we ended up getting together there, and he stayed loyal to us. And I stayed right on his butt the whole time, just pushed him, you know. And, you know, that was just unbelievable to be working with Jeff in the first race that I was in here.
When I was listening, before I spoke to him on the parade lap, I was listening to he and his team communicate. He prayed. He said a prayer for he and his team before they rolled off. So a really quality young man.
Scanning radios, Dale Earnhardt Jr. worries he may have a tire going soft.
That's the chance you take coming down fueling only. Run over something or have a soft tire.
Our top 15 cars on this restart, they stayed out. They pitted that first caution back on lap 6.
So Brad Keselowski, the new driver of the Blue Deuce for Roger Penske, leads them to the green flag. Bobby Labonte in the 47. Stephen Wallace, a rookie, in the 77. Terry Labonte, the 32. Paul Menard in the 27. Then Tony Stewart, Jamie McMurray, and David Rudiman. Let's crank it up. And worrisome. That's what restarts are here at Daytona.
You know, a lot of the guys that have been coming here for years, they kind of view the preliminary events as just practice. But on Sunday, the Daytona 500, usually think the veterans show up. Bobby Labonte, he's a veteran.
Got some Chevrolets, though, ganging up there on the outside. Paul Menard, remember, this is a 4th Richard Childress racing car for 2011, getting pushed by Tony Stewart in that 14 car.
Last year's winner slipping in the picture as well. Jamie McMurray in the 1 car with his teammate in tow, 42. Juan Montoya.
Joey Logano in the 20. Dale Jr., the 88, slipped to the inside, move up to 5th and 6th. Before they went green, Mark Martin looked aside at Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s tires and said everything looked fine.
Probably when he dropped down off the track coming to get that, when he realized the caution was out, may have picked up a lot of dirt and debris on his tires off the apron. That'll give you a false sense of a flat tire.
Jeff Gordon running down on the inside. Here's Matt.
Mike, he appreciated the help from the 4 of Casey Kane, but he's been looking for his new little buddy, the 21 of Trevor Bayne. But under that caution, Gordon had a lot of questions about all the unknown variables so far.
Does that mean we have to call Gordon the skipper?
Remember what that 20 was like in that shootout practice. Everybody's been talking about it. It's just really squirrely.
Yeah, I mean, we're not his pusher or anything, you know. It's always every other car, so trying to figure out if we're a pusher or a puller.
$16 cars out front, 8 pairs of 2. The front car, the puller, the back car, the pusher, and they have to stay in contact to maintain maximum speed.
Yeah, it's really synchronized. I mean, you have to work absolutely in unison with the guy in front of you. If he moves, you got to move with him. And then you got to stick the nose out of your car out every now and then and get some air on it too. So a lot going on behind the wheel of these cars this time.
You know, we mentioned Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 pushing that orange car, Joey Logano in the 20. Remember, both those cars had to start this race at the rear of the field in backup cars.
And they now run 7th and 8th.
Junior's old backup car is not a bad piece. Jeff Gordon drove that car last year at Talladega, finished 8th in it, so it's all right.
The 1 of Jamie McMurray up high, making the swap with Juan Pablo Montoya.
That was pretty cool right there.
That was perfect.
That was great.
They timed that perfect. You have to do that because, as Daryl mentioned, you can only follow directly behind another driver because the car will start to overheat. But what a swap those guys put
That
on.
was a thing of beauty.
Greg Biffle with Carl Edwards now.
Teammates working together. You see him working the throttle a little bit, man. Carl had to get, he had to get out of the, or Biffle had to get out of the gas there for a second. I gotta believe I've never done this. I've never pushed somebody all the way around the racetrack like this. Always on the straightaway. This has got to be the most nerve-wracking, intense, physically demanding job that a driver could ever have.
Quite a run that car on the outside, that 47 car. Remember, that's a new look and a new team for Bobby Labonte, being pushed by Brad Keselowski in the 2.
Paul Menard, your leader in the Daytona 500. This summer, Earth Goes Dark from director Michael Bay, executive producer Steven Spielberg. Transformers, Dark of the Moon, in theaters everywhere in 3D, July 1st. Caution is out for the 3rd time in the Daytona 500. Kevin Harvick appeared to lose an engine off turn number 2, and his car slowed up. There's Harvick's car going to the garage. Jeff Gordon got into the back of Robbie Gordon. We'll show you that in a bit. First pit stops. Steve.
Mike, Tony Stewart said no handling issues whatsoever. He's going to get fuel only. Matt.
The 24, Jeff Gordon, making his way to his stall so that Alan Gustafson can take a look to make sure that there isn't any damage to that nose. There is some slight cosmetic damage. They've got some bare bond to fix that. 3 sets of fuel for the 24, Krista.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. made the call for fuel only. He also said he needs to know more about what that car in front of him is doing.
There's the race off pit road. Former IndyCar and Formula One star Juan Pablo Montoya over Jamie McMurray, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. picks up 9 spots coming off pit road. Here is the damage to Jeff Gordon's car. Here's what happened at turn 2.
You know, Larry and Mike, I'm almost thinking, I know there's smoke and it's probably pretty hard to see, but Trevor Bayne is right on him. I think he was afraid to slow down too quickly, afraid that Trevor might turn him around. So I think it was a combination of smoke and then somebody right on his back bumper.
Outside him, right in front of us, man, right in front of us is a blown engine. Get down.
We got in the back of the 7 pretty hard.
Jeff Gordon trying to win his 4th Daytona 500. There's a bit of damage to the bumper cover.
We've seen these things go out through the grass pretty hot and heavy and come right back up on the track and continue on. This nose they got on this car this year, Larry, is a tough son of a gun.
Well, it is, you know, but it's the most sensitive part of that race car. But one thing I did notice, Trevor Bayne in the 21, he did check up behind Jeff Gordon in the 24 when he saw that smoke.
Gordon gets repair and back on track. Now, on a previous restart, Kyle Busch had trouble getting up to speed. They said they were still having trouble with the toe-in on his car. That's the adjustment of to which way the front wheels are pointing relative to one another. They brought him back in under that next caution and got it squared away.
Boy, that's a sick feeling right there, man.
Yep, the 2007 winner, Kevin Harvick,
20 laps into the Daytona 500, and you're going home.
And he won 2 of the 4 carburetor restrictor plates last year. But Darrell, we don't know exactly what went on. There's his owner, Richard Childress, owns those 4 cars. But we were a little concerned, especially as hot as it's going to be today, how much of a toll it was going to take on these engines with what they're trying to do out there.
The speeds we're seeing, the RPM we're seeing, the temperature in the engine, we're asking that engine to do an awful lot.
Kevin's last DNF due to engine trouble 152 races ago. Dick?
You never blow motors. What happened today?
Yeah, they're suspecting a broken block or broken head. Didn't do anything different than what I had been doing. We had just a 10-15 more degree oil temp than what we had been, and I pulled out from behind the 17 when I felt like I got to the point where I needed to pull out, and the bottom fell out of it. So it's hate it for everybody on this Budweiser Chevrolet, everybody from Jimmy John's and Budweiser, but tough way to start the year. But man, like you say, we never blow motors. Everybody at ECR does a great job.
And Kevin Harvick last year had the best results of anyone at Daytona Speedway. Out already today.
And he could be in, like he said, not a good way to start, because guess how many points he got today? Right now, if he continues to be the first car out of the race.
1 under the new point system.
And
well,
1 is a lonely number.
Well, actually, he gets 2 points, Darrell, because he led a couple of laps.
Well, then 2 is a lonely number.
Steve, how about smoke?
Well, Mike, what they noticed when Tony stopped to get fuel only was he had a considerable amount of oil on the front bumper of his car. Now, he has been pushing Paul Menard. Paul Menard, of course, is Kevin Harvick's teammate. So I'll bet you the 14 is going to look for a different drafting partner there. They think that the 27 may have an engine problem, just like his teammate did.
And just remember, Steve, that's another ECR engine. In fact, there were 9 of those engines that started this Daytona 500.
Coming to green with Clint Bowyer leading the Daytona 500. Another Richard Childress car. Regan Smith behind. And on the outside, Kurt Busch with Brian Keselowski. That's Brad's older brother outside in that white car, number 92. They came down here with 1 car, 1 engine, and 1 set of tires. They made the race. They picked up a sponsor. Ray Evernham said, I'll pay your tire bill. Penske offered him an engine that they couldn't use because it was too new to fit in their car, but he's in the 500.
Yeah, actually the crowd from home, Save My Fairgrounds, sent a little money down to get their name on Brian's car. So picked up a little bit here and there, but that discount tire is probably paying some pretty good bills for him right now.
Jamie McMurray, proud new dad of son Carter and the defending 500 champion. He's got the lead with Montoya behind him, and they're 3 wide to the stripe again. Who's going to lead this lap? Bowyer.
That 88 car, Larry, he just keeps inching closer to the lead, and we will know without a doubt when he takes it.
Junior Nation will let us know.
Oh, yeah.
Kurt Busch and Regan Smith going backwards in the high lane. Here comes Jeff Burton with Brad Keselowski on the bottom, the 31 and the 2.
Just remember, Dale Earnhardt Jr., through virtue of starting this race at the back of the field in 27 laps with 3 cautions, he's worked his way right there into the top 2.
Yeah, this, if you got to start in the back, it's not a bad place to have to do it. Always got the chance to draft your way right to the front, and that's what he's done.
9 different drivers have led this Daytona 500 as Bowyer hauls them around for a second time. McMurray and Montoya, and 2 fast forwards right behind them. David Reagan in the 6 and rookie Trevor Bayne in the 21 of the Wood brothers.
Just remember, David Reagan in that 6 car, that's a backup car that had to start at the rear of the field as well.
Riding with Mark Martin.
Looks pretty easy, doesn't it?
We know better.
Think you could drive a car, folks, at home 200 miles an hour?
Closer together than most people park?
Yeah, 200 miles an hour with somebody pushing.
Trouble, turn 3.
Big wreck.
Brian Keselowski, David Rudiman, Michael Waltrip, Matt Kenseth,
big
and
wreck.
half the field.
I see about 3 of the Hendrick cars there that's involved.
Mark Martin is there. I see him. There's a Biffle. Jimmy Johnson's laying over there. There's a 24 car. Looks pretty bad.
Brian Vickers limping around. And Mark Martin is part of it. Greg Biffle got a piece of it. Joe Nemechek's right front all torn up. The 9 of Marcus Ambrose.
Let's see if we can figure out what happened here, Larry. They're running awfully close together.
Watch the top right of your screen coming
right up here.
Michael into his teammate Rudiman.
Got Rudiman loose.
Right in front of Keselowski. Here comes Nemechek. Pow into Michael.
Look at, nope, didn't make it. Didn't make it.
Brian Keselowski, we just talked about, was involved. That white car up against the wall there.
There's Mark Martin down here, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon. My. Let's see if we can see anything. Well, there's not a whole lot to see. Michael just got into the back of the. Tony Stewart did the same thing to Michael in the Bud shootout. Got into him pretty hard and turned him around right there and got Michael with it.
And Darrell, everybody was going to the apron, but those cars sliding off 31 degrees of banking, that's where they're going to end up.
It's kind of an old saying down here. What goes down must come up. And you try to go around on the outside if you can.
Jimmy Johnson's 48 just barely got into the back of Matt Kenseth to do enough damage to the right front.
The old Aaron Stream machine, she's done.
Marcus Ambrose is going to the garage for repair. Michael Waltrip's car comes steaming toward the garage.
Brian Vickers in the 83 car gets a lot of damage. Marcus Ambrose in the 9.
Look at that, 3 Hendry cars, 24, 48, and 5, all slamming into each other.
Back it down, back it down, back it down. Come on. Still coming. We're in front round over here, guys. We're here to the right side.
And now ride with Mark Martin.
You still 3 just sitting in front of you. Get down if you can. Get back up. Get back up. 9 car is front of stage 3 in the door.
And Jeff Gordon's view.
22 right in front of us, right in front of us. Check it up, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up. Get up.
Jimmy Johnson.
Side 2 wide in front of you, in front of you, in front of you.
Dick Berggren is with David Rudiman.
Well, whose fault was that?
I don't know. It's a product of this kind of racing. Mike was pushing me, and I don't think when I anticipated the guys moving up in front of us as quick as I did, and it's not Mike's fault. I just probably didn't get on the radio quick enough to give him a heads up. He's doing what he's supposed to do. He's pushing. That's all you can do when you're behind, and you can't see. You got to rely on the guy in front of you to help you. And I was probably a little slow on the draw there, giving him the heads up what was going on in front of us, and here we are.
Crew going to be able to get this back out on the racetrack, David?
It'll be a miracle.
Okay, miracles sometimes happen in the Daytona 500.
Jeff Gordon is in the garage. 3 of the 4 Rick Hendrick cars, all but Dale Jr. have gone to the garage. 2 of the 3 Michael Waltrip cars involved. Defending series champ Jimmy Johnson in the garage as well. Greg Biffle has also gone to the garage. You can make light repairs on pit road, but if major work is needed, the cars have to go behind the wall or back to their garage stall.
And Darrell and them talked about it in the pre-race. This new point system, it's going to take longer to overcome a bad finish, I think, than it did with the old system.
And don't forget, you got to be able to run a minimum speed, so you got to have the car in pretty good shape to run minimum speed.
A grinding crash puts us under caution for the 4th time in Daytona.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is delivered by Pizza Hut. Rev it up with all your favorite pizzas at low prices. Your favorites, your Pizza Hut. Glad you're watching the Daytona 500 on Fox, and an action-packed 45 minutes of activity here. At least 15 cars involved in the latest crash, including some of the headliners here in the 53rd running of the Great American Race. In the first 5 laps, we had 5 lead changes. Overall, there have been 10 different leaders. Pit road is open. Junior is in. Kurt Busch is in. Let's check down on the pits with Matt Yoakum.
Chris, the guy who's taken all the money so far during Speed Week, Kurt Busch in the Double Deuce. He slides to a stop. He goes over the line. Mistake for Busch. They're going to have to back him up and then continue on with the stop. 4 tires for the Double Deuce. Krista.
Dale Jr. was told by his crew chief, Steve Letarte, things usually get conservative after a big wreck like that. Dale Jr. said, I sure hope so. 4 tires for Dale.
Our AT&T race break bringing you this update. And you can tell us your favorite by texting the car number to the pit crew you think will be the fastest in today's race to 234-567. The AT&T Fastest Pit Crew Award brought to you by AT&T, the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. And let's check in with Steve Burns, who is standing by with Jeff Gordon.
Thank you, Chris. Wild scene down here. Mechanics running from all parts of pit road. And Jeff, I know you've assessed all four corners of your race car. Discuss the damage.
Well, it doesn't really matter at this point. Our chances to win the Daytona 500 are over. That's the disappointing part. This drive to En Hunger Chevrolet was really fast. Got hooked up with Trevor Bayne again. Had some help from Casey Kane at the beginning, so we were having a lot of fun. You know, I totally get the two-car drafting, and I think that we're going to see a lot more of it. What I don't quite understand is why guys are doing it 3 wide, 3 deep, running for 28. You know, we need to, they need to let it thin out a little bit. As soon as it thins out, then go to it, you know, and it can be very safe and pretty harms-free. But, you know, you're sitting there, like right there, I was just sitting back there just kind of riding along there, just waiting for it to thin out. And I probably should have waited even further back. But, you know, you see them, and they're pushing and shoving up the middle, down the back straightaway, and you're like, what are they doing, you know? And you can understand those guys in the first 2 or 3 rows, you know, go ahead. They're going to go out there and do it. But anyway, that's disappointing. It's going to be a heck of a race to watch. I think the finish is going to be unbelievable. We're going to see a lot more of what we just saw. It's hot, a little slicker today. The cars aren't sticking quite as good as they were the other day. Unfortunately for us, the damages are that it's going to take a while for us to get it fixed, and we'll get back out there and get as many laps in as we can.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
With Marcos Ambrose, and behind him, the crew has brought an entire new nose, fenders, hood, front grille. Can they get this thing back into the race?
Yeah, we'll get it back on again. These Stanley Guides fantastic, but just a terrible way to start our season. You know, in the duel, I kind of lost the draft. I didn't have a playing partner. I was so worried about it then. I just was pushing forward, trying to be safe, and you get caught up in the mess. But, you know, it's just what it is. Everyone's trying to work out how this race is going to be run, and unfortunately, didn't end too well for us.
Okay, thank you. Chris?
Thanks, Dick. The AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year is back. Last season, Jeff Gordon and that 24 pit crew repeated as winners of the award. On behalf of the crew, AT&T donated $25,000 to the Victory Junction Game Camp organization. You can text who you think will win this one to 234-567. Speaking of Jeff Gordon, remember he came in with a winless streak of 65. So an upsetting day for him here, Mike, at the Daytona 500.
Thank you, Chris. Double Daytona 500 winner Michael Waltrip gets into teammate David Rudiman and ignites a 17-car pileup, 12 cars to the garage, 5 damaged cars still on track. Quapple, Allmendinger, Matt Kenseth, Mark Martin, and Kurt Busch. Now, the first 6 cars did not pit under this caution. So Jamie McMurray, last year's 500 winner, and his teammate at Earnhardt Ganassi Racing, when Paulo Montoya will lead them down for the green. Then David Reagan, Trevor Payne, Martin Truex, Bobby Labonte. Those are the cars that did not pit.
Mike, you're probably the safest in the front, the way it looks. Especially listen to what Jeff Gordon had to say.
That's the 37 Robert Richardson dropping down out of line and lets them all go.
We're actually hearing that he's got to drop to the back of the field because of a pit road speeding penalty, Robert Richardson Jr. in that 37 car.
Well, you know, based on what Jeff Gordon said, the problem you have is this is a race. And some of these guys, when the green flag comes out, they race everybody. And that's what you get paid to do.
And as you say, Darrell, the safest place to be is out front, so let's get there.
Get on up there.
Stephen Wallace, a rookie, running in 4th place with one of the most experienced drivers at Daytona, Bobby Labonte. Now Labonte down to the middle and picks up Wallace's 77 once again. On the bottom comes Menard and Boyer coming through.
And not only is this his first Daytona 500, this is his first Sprint Cup Series start, period. Stephen Wallace in the 77.
His dad, Rusty, the 1989 Series champion. Jimmy Johnson's drive for 6 consecutive championships has hit a pothole. Steve.
And Jimmie Johnson sits in his battered race car. Mike, 14 mechanics working on this car simultaneously. About the only part of sheet metal that isn't bent is the rear bumper and the deck lid. Heavy, heavy damage to the right side and to the front of this number 48 car for Jimmie Johnson. He stays in the race car.
Since he won the 500 in 2006, he's not finished better than 27th. Paul Menard back to the lead with help from his Richard Childress teammate Clint Bowyer.
And Clint Bowyer in that 33 car, he has been a great pusher all week long of speed weeks, whether it's been Paul Menard in the 500 or his teammate Jeff Burton in the 31 in the Gatorade Dual race.
Paul Menard looks like he found him a new home. He's going to like that pretty well. He was with Richard Petty Motorsports last year. Now he's over here with Richard Childress. Slugger Labby is crew chief. Getting a pretty nice ride right now.
And up in the high groove, former teammates at DEI, Martin Truex and Dale Jr., the 56 and 88.
And Mike, it's pretty obvious those two have made a deal. They've been together in practice. They've worked pretty closely together. They're very comfortable with each other. That is so critical right now. Be comfortable with the guy you're running with.
Yeah, not only were they teammates, remember Martin Truex Jr. is two-time Nationwide Series champion. His owner, Dale Earnhardt Jr. when he did it.
Some years ago, the two of them spent an awful lot of time racing each other on video games. Down to the garage, Steve Burns.
And Michael Waltrip walking through the garage. 2 Daytona 500 victories, but it won't happen today. What happened out there, Michael?
Well, I just didn't get the information soon enough. You know, I'm pushing David against him a little bit, but he said, give me some room, and I was giving him room, and then right at the last second, he said, gotta go low, gotta go low. And then all of a sudden, you know, we're sideways. So same thing with Kyle. He decided at the last second, he said, I'm going up the middle. And when you change directions, pushing in the corner, it's just a recipe for disaster. So as a driver, I'm frustrated. As an owner, it's expensive. But as a fan, this is a Daytona 500, and I can't wait to go get on my toolbox and watch those boys battle. This is big-time stuff, the biggest prize in racing. And I got Martin Truex. I got one more bullet. Let's go see if he can get it done.
Thanks, Michael.
Truex right now running in 8th. I think the surprise of this whole week, as we watch Truex and Jr. and on the outside, McMurray and Montoya, is that black number 78 of Regan Smith, the former Rookie of the Year from Cato, New York, near Syracuse. He drives for Barney Visser in a car that's prepared by Joe Garoni and crew in Denver. Not Denver, North Carolina, near Mooresville and Concord, where the rest of these teams are, but Denver, Colorado. And they come down here and they push Kurt Busch to victory in the qualifying race. And Smith has shown he can work with anybody and he can keep his car up front. Now, last pit stop, the car that Smith pushed to victory on Thursday, Kurt Busch, had some issues. Matt?
Mike, it was a chain reaction of problems. Busch slid through his pit box. He backed up, he stalled the car, and then when he refired, watch the rear tire changer. Jonathan Billy, he goes to work. When Busch refires, there's a flash fire, catches him in the face. He backs away, loses a couple split seconds, and then he'll go back around like a true professional he is, hits the lugs on that right rear, and continues to work on the left rear. True athletes down here on pit road.
And what he did, he stalled the engine, and there was a lot of raw fuel in that exhaust pipe that ignited when the engine refired.
Good thing those pipes come out the right side.
Of the 12 cars that went to the garage in that lap 29 crash, one has returned. Jimmie Johnson. Let's take an inside look at what's happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by Sprint and HTC Evo 4G. Clint Bowyer has the fastest lap of the race, just over 200 miles an hour. And the biggest mover, who started out back, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has gained 30 positions since the drop of the green. Fuel your inner NASCAR fan with live in-car audio and real-time stats. Available on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile and the new HTC Evo 4G, only from Sprint at sprint.com/speed.
You know, one of the things that we are all concerned about, I know I was the weather today. It's going to be hotter. Man, we got a gaggle going across here. It's going to be hotter. It was going to be, this track gets slicker. And we've talked about grip down here for the last 10 days, but today, I got to believe the track's a little bit less grippy than it's been in the last several days.
Dave Blaney driving for Tommy Baldwin And Al Hankey on, car in the wall, front straightaway. And it is Richardson, Robert Richardson, into the inside wall, coming toward the start-finish line. And that will put us under caution for the 5th time.
Yeah, tied up the corner and near him.
I just think that's right back to what I was saying about the track. I think it's given up some grip that these guys have had down here when it's been at night, been cool. This place gets slick in the daytime.
Single car crash for Richardson. Matt Kenseth will get the free pass. He'll come around and pick up one of the laps that he is down.
But Mike, you just mentioned it. He's leading it right now. Dave Blaney in that 36 car just had taken the lead. This was a team and a driver that had to wait to the second dual race to see if they were even going to make the Daytona 500. They came down here with no sponsor on that race car. Just got this sponsor done last night.
Here's what happened to the 37. Robert Richardson. Oof.
Sure glad they put that safer barrier down along that inside wall there, because we've had a lot of people get into it.
Hard hit. Travis Kvapil is the car behind. And this is the second caution in a row, watching from our Fox Exmo extreme slow motion cam, where we've had one car trying to help another and instead taking them out of the race.
Yeah, that's actually teammates right there. Robert Richardson and the other car that got into the back of him.
And in both cases, I think a lot of it has been the guy in the front had to get up out of the gas a little bit, or something happened with the car in the front. The guy behind him just runs over him.
In other sports, stealing signals from another team or listening to radio communication would result in a fine and an investigation. But here, Darrell, we have drivers not just talking to their own teammates on a second channel, but able to dial up other teams as well. Look at this.
You can see here, these are all frequencies in the radio for different cars. They've been working hard here. They got a number of radios in the car, and it's all because of this new style of racing we're doing here at Daytona. And Mike, this style of racing kind of reminds me of back in the day. Back in '59, they came here the first time. They said, "What's that thing called, the draft? What are they talking about?" What are they talking about? A 2-car draft. Dick Berggren.
Trevor Bayne, the youngest driver with the oldest team, the Wood Brothers, is about to pit. He's going to take on fuel. They've got a tire on the wall. Whether that goes on or not, we'll see. Mike Smith, the gas man, only man left from last year's team. Matt.
Kurt Busch promised this time he would hit his marks right on the money. Fuel only for the 22. Krista.
The defending Daytona 500 winner feels like his car is getting just a little bit tight. He said he's not uneasy yet, but they're going to make a track bar adjustment one round up to give his car a better feel. Steve?
Krista, Greg Biffle just out of the garage, back out onto the racetrack. The team did a great job replacing the radiator in his number 16 car. Also, he has a lot of damage to the right rear of that number 16.
Thanks, Steve. And Bill Elliott, a 2-time winner, assumes the lead in the 500 as Robert Richardson spins off Travis Kvapil's bumper to bring out the caution.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota.
Come on out and dance, you get the chance. We're gonna spit on the round. All I wanna know, are you wanna go? Fighting for survival.
Checkered flag. Dale Earnhardt finally is a champion of the Daytona 500. Here they come. Checkered flag. Perfect.
They're wrecking everywhere.
Many of the sport's most dramatic moments have happened right here in the Daytona 500, which takes the green flag at the quarter pole. 50 laps down, 150 to go. Terry Labonte, for the first time since 2004, leads the Daytona 500.
The Labonte boys are having a pretty good day. Bobby is up there earlier, you know, fighting for the lead. Now Terry's brought him to the green flag. Dave Blaney's up there getting pushed by the 22 car.
Yeah, Kurt Busch has latched onto the back of that 36 car of Dave Blaney. You know, two drivers I'm very impressed with that they've not really flexed their muscle so far. Those two drivers in the outside line there, the 1 car of McMurray, the 42 car Montoya, they've not shown a lot of speed up until today.
I think they're just kind of playing that old possum game, you know.
Oh, Blaney lost his drafting partner, and now it's a trio on the inside lane. Menard has picked up Kurt Busch, who leads him across the stripe, and now it is Menard to the outside with Regan Smith going by to retake the lead. So if 2 cars are far better than 1, why not 3?
Well, you already heard, you can second guess, but you can't third guess. And that's really what you're doing when you're running behind the guy in front of you. You're sort of anticipating and second guessing where he's going to go. The third guy is just odd man out. He would be lost in the shuffle.
But if you watched the Daytona 500 a year ago, you did not see this style of racing. So what has changed? Well, one, since they resurfaced Talladega a few years ago, teams have been learning about this every time we've raced there. With this new surface that Darrell talked about in the pre-race, no bumps, no dips, perfectly smooth, a lot of grip, they're able to do it without upsetting another car. Plus, cooling systems in these cars have advanced so much.
Paul Menard, your leader. His crew chief Slugger Labbe went to victory lane in the 500 with Michael Waltrip in 2003. Sponsifier's back for 2011, and this year the winning designer gets a personal visit from their favorite driver. Go to ToyotaRacing.com for all new ways to create, customize, and share your design. That's Terry Labonte in the 32 you saw alongside, and for the lead here comes Bowyer pounding back on the outside with his Childress teammate Jeff Burton. 3 Richard Childress Racing Chevys among the top 4.
And I want to clarify something. All 4 of these cars have what we spoke of earlier, a ECR engine package. What that is an engine company that was formed about 3 years ago, a merger between Dale Earnhardt Incorporated's engine company and Richard Childress's engine company. They have 9 engines that started this Daytona 500.
When Dale Earnhardt built DEI, one of the things he really focused on was an engine program. He wanted to have an engine program that was equivalent to the Hendricks or to the Roush or whomever. He really hired a lot of great people to work at DEI. When Dale Jr. and them left, Richard Childress said, look, I got people, you got people. If we put them together, we should have an awesome group, and they have had.
Now they've led the league in horsepower, won the Daytona 500 last year with Jamie McMurray. Good news, Robert Richardson released from the care center after his crash to bring out the last caution. Matt?
Mike, back on the caution, we gave you a look at the impressive radio setup that Jeff Burton and the other RCR cars are utilizing here in Daytona. Back during testing, Todd Berrier went to Racing Radios and said, I need you to work up a system where a driver can flip from channel to channel easily with a glove on. So there's an extra large toggle switch just so the RCR cars can talk. Then Burton has a second radio, and it's almost like an art project that his 10-year-old son Harrison put together. Above the roll bar, there's a listing color-coordinated chart of the different teams on the second radio. And then on the steering wheel, another diagram. So they've got everything covered radio-wise in the RCR camp.
And the other thing they've got is they've got a new push-to-talk button. It tapes to the steering wheel, not onto the spoke of the steering wheel. So a driver can literally ride with his thumb on the push-to-talk button without having to really move his hands around. See, when you're out there racing, Mike, you don't know, they had a big wreck. You don't know how many cars are out of the race, how many cars are still, you don't know anything. You're just driving your car in your own little world, and you're going to race just as hard as if there were 100 cars out there.
Darrell, I don't like that backpack. That's just too much 3 wide, too close, too many fellas not paired up. That looks like trouble.
They're almost 4 wide as they enter the tri-oval.
Well, as we always say, that's the eye of the storm going there.
Darrell, how does this kind of racing wear on you?
Well, if you didn't have those gloves on, you'd see a lot of white knuckles. That's all I can tell you. It physically wears you out.
This is Brian Vickers, who just came out of the garage after damage from the big pileup. He's not going to make it back around to the garage. Now Greg Biffle is back on track. Jimmy Johnson came out of the garage, made a lap, and went back to the garage. The last time by, we saw a good bit of contact in the pack. And caution is out for Brian Vickers. His car is in harm's way. And look at Stewart. Boy, he got a little bite from the left side from Jamie Mack.
I think these guys have got so many voices in their head. They got so much going on that when the caution comes out, they're not slowing down like normal. That's just, the caution comes out and you bam, you start running into people. And I just wonder, Larry, if the spotters have so much going on that they just can't get the message out quick enough.
I think the drivers and the spotters are just very busy with a lot going on, obviously, on the racetrack, but a lot going on in their ears.
I hear voices.
It was sorted out after Thursday's race that in some cases of a pair-up, the spotter for the back car would spot for both, and there's a lot of that conversation up on the roof about who pairs up with who. You're not just driving your own car anymore, are you?
One of the spotters told me, he said, you know, normally I take a backup battery in case I run one of my initial battery down. One spotter told me he has 8 charged and ready to go batteries for his radios.
Mark Martin, who received some damage in the lap 29 crash, gets the free pass. He is back up on the lead lap. There's a look at Mark, who's in his 27th Daytona 500.
And I'm also told that some of the drivers have a spare battery for their radio in the car.
And let me correct, Mark was 3 laps down. He gets one of those back. The last free pass went to Matt Kenseth, and that did put Matt back up on the lead lap.
And simply, the free pass was created a number of years ago because we don't race back to the caution. So the first car a lap down, or in the case of Mark Martin, he's the first car 3 laps down. He gets one of those laps back.
Steve Burns.
Mike, race leader Clint Boyer asked his crew chief Shane Wilson, hey, did you guys do anything to make this car looser? Shane said, no, it's just getting hotter. Fuel only, Matt.
Steve, at this juncture, the 31 of Jeff Burton, they're looking for fuel only. And that's what they're doing to that 31 machine, Krista.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. hooking up with Casey Kane. They said to do what he does, they only need a splash. This should be a quick stop, one small adjustment. You see the fuel can, and there goes Dale Earnhardt Jr. He did get on the radio and say, all of our brains are fried right now.
Wow, I believe it. Krista, the 33 lost 3 spots, Clint Boyer. It's not just getting into the pits, having a good stop and getting out. It's managing the traffic all around you. Whoops.
Well, you're in your pit box so quick because you're just getting a splash of fuel.
Maybe those spotters ought to be talking to them on pit road, too.
Caution is out in the Daytona 500.
The Daytona 500 is sponsored by AT&T, Rethink Possible, by the new Chevy Silverado HD, Motor Trend's 2011 Truck of the Year, by the Home Depot, more saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. And by GoDaddy.com, domains, websites, and everything in between.
60 laps complete when they come to the stripe. Jimmy Johnson back on track. You can win a legend and meet one too. Enter for a chance to win a new Chevy Camaro SS and a chance to meet Jimmy. Visit winyourchevy.com now. 29 cars on the lead lap. As we go back to green, Juan Pablo Montoya and Jamie McMurray on point.
You know, Larry was talking about the free pass, and that's one thing. There's 2 things that have changed racing a lot. The free pass, which puts one car back on the lead lap, and the wave around rule. We haven't seen it today, but we may experience that before the day's over. That's how you keep so many cars in contention.
Kurt Busch with a full head of steam from Regan Smith. And then on the inside, Burton and Boyer, Menard and Keselowski, and Dale Jr. up top with Casey Kane in the 4.
Now, Dale Jr. didn't, I was listening to him. He said, I'm not really happy about being shoved around all the time. I think I want to ease off a little bit, so we'll see what happens here.
We listened in on Jamie McMurray and Montoya talking with each other.
Dude, I tried so hard to back up.
They kept getting on my outside, and I kept trying to get squared up to your bumper, and I couldn't because there wasn't enough room there. It's just, it's hard. You know what I mean? It's hard to get locked up in that draft. It's so critical to be out front, you know?
Yeah, but you gotta be safe. We have to be safe because once we do, we're there, you know?
Yeah, I'm with you. Their cars are really quick.
Patience has put them 2/3 of the way back in the pack. biding their time?
Yeah, what he's saying is you know, we don't want to wreck each other trying to lock up in a two-car draft because we've got fast cars. Let's be safe and careful here because we got cars that can win this race.
They are back in 18th and 19th.
And then, Mike, you heard Jamie McMurray say, it's really hard, Juan. It's really hard to get locked in, particularly when you're in traffic. Once you get out front, piece of cake, you just mat it, push, hang on.
At least one crew chief has exclaimed in frustration, "I've had enough of this flipping radios to try to talk to any and everybody."
Now, Tony Stewart in that 14, he's found him a little new dance partner, the 20-car Joey Logano. Tony Stewart drove that 20 car for 10 years for Joe Gibbs Racing and actually won 2 championships. The last guy to win a championship, not named Jimmy.
We got us a gauge here. It's hooked to the steering column. And so let's watch Joey Logano as he goes down in a corner. Not a whole lot of steering input. You can see there 17, 18 degrees, not turning that wheel much at all. Little blip every now and then, but we come right back on the straightaway. We go back to straight ahead, dead center down the straightaway. You can actually have to hold the car up in the track just a teeny bit as it goes down the straightaway because you got a little lead in the car to get into the corner. See here about the same input on this end of the racetrack, 16, 17 degrees, but look how steady that is. Down here in the past, that thing would be jumping all over the place from going through the undulation and bumps in the racetrack. Now, smooth as silk.
Logano runs in 7th with Tony Stewart. It's Kurt Busch, Regan Smith, Busch's wingman when he won the Thursday Gatorade Duel to earn a second-row starting spot in the 500. Our steering wheel position sensor is something new for NASCAR on Fox with something else new. Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. This year, Fox has broke out the heat seeker cam, and we have an opportunity from time to time to try to take a look at something a little more unique. And this time we're coming and taking a look at Bill Elliott's car when he comes in, the 09 car. Look at the right rear. Look how hot that right rear tire is as it comes off. You'll notice when they bring that tire around, you pass the left rear, how cool it is. We're talking about 190, 195 degrees right there on the right rear and about 145 degrees on the left rear. Gives you a pretty good idea of how much wear and tear the right side tires are taking compared to the left.
Plus, don't forget, Jeff, and I know you know this, the tailpipes both run out. They're right in front of that rear tire, so they're even throwing a little more heat on that right rear tire.
But hats off to Goodyear. The tire that they have developed for January testing and for Speed Weeks is one that nobody's had anything to talk about all through Speed Weeks.
And most of the development was done even before this racetrack was finished with the repave.
Jeff Burton, Clint Bowyer, your leaders in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
Regan Smith, the best pusher in Daytona this week, is the new leader in his Furniture Row Chevy. He is the 14th different driver to lead the 500. They're ahead of Kurt Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Casey Kane in close formation, and then a pretty good gap back to Clint Bowyer and Jeff Burton.
I think Regan needs a little air.
Steve?
Mike, Regan Smith's race team, one of the few not located in North Carolina. In fact, they're all the way out in Colorado. This team has a technical alliance with Richard Childress Racing, and the pit crew are all employees of Tony Stewart's at Stewart-Haas Racing. They train at Stewart-Haas Racing, but here at the track, they work for the 78 car. By the way, Regan formed an alliance of his own over the holidays. He got engaged, Larry Mack. Tell everybody how he did it.
Yes, he did. Even at 27 years old, as he's battling for the lead with Dale Earnhardt Jr., he still went to Megan Mayhew's dad and asked for her hand in marriage.
Smith leads this lap, and based on your votes, the Pizza Hut fan favorite today is, big surprise, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's see how he's doing. Running in 3rd. Well, we'll make that 4th, make that 5th. Don't worry, he'll come right back.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good pusher right now. Whoa, a little swapping going on there.
And further back at 17th place, David Reagan and Trevor Bayne. During the last caution, we heard from the 20-year-old rookie about the strategy he wanted to employ in the next green flag run.
I don't know if who I want pushing me here. I'd rather push somebody so I know I can be careful.
I think the 99-43 are going to try to work together, so see what happens with the 6. I'll let him know we'd rather push here.
And Larry, we're looking at a piece of tape, or maybe even a piece of rubber over on the right front corner of the 21 car. You see it right over there. Watch that piece of rubber. It's hung on the hood pin. We're running 190 miles and 195 miles an hour. Watch this thing. It's all of a sudden it's going forward, and he's running 195 miles an hour. But I think that explains why the guy behind is such a good pusher. You lose all the air off the nose of the car behind, and you start pushing that car in front of you. You push that air forward, and the cars go faster.
Yeah, the pressure definitely changes on that nose depending on what configuration you're behind another car.
Regan Smith had a checkup in turn 3, and the Childress Express came through on track 2. Boyer and Burton together again and back into the lead. 26th lead change of the day. The record, 60, was set way back in 1974.
Well, remember, they have to exchange every now and then. The guy running in second, the pusher, he's got to get some air into his radiator after several laps or he'll melt the engine down. So these passes and changes of the position are pretty orchestrated. That's why you need to talk to the guy you're running with.
You know, Clint Boyer has finished 4th in the last 2 Daytona 500s, and Mike and Darrell, I can't help but think in 2003 he caught the eye of Richard Childress at an ARCA race in Nashville. He's from Kansas. He was working on his dirt car. He got a phone call from Richard Childress. He almost didn't take the call because he thought one of his friends was playing a trick on him.
From body shop worker to the leader of the Daytona 500, Kansas Clint Boyer. Out in front. 7th caution of the day. This one for Travis Kvapil. Pit road's open. Steve.
Fuel only for Clint Boyer last time, Mike. Right sides this time. Matt?
Right side tires as well, Steve, for the 31 of Jeff Burton. They're going to top him off with Sunoco, Krista.
Matt, the call is also 2 tires for Dale Earnhardt Jr. He is fired up on the radio, Dick.
And Keselowski is taking 4 tires. He's been fast all day, has run up front the entire race.
Dale Jr. Clint Boyer lead the race off pit road, although Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin did not make pit stops under this caution. Here's what happened. Travis Kvapil, who turned Richardson around for the last caution, gets up out of the groove, knocks the Long John and the Silver off the right side of his car.
Had all the look that a right front tire was going down on that car.
Good point. Time for an AT&T race break. Down to Chris.
Thanks, Mike. Dale Earnhardt Jr. hanging in there. Remember, from the back of the pack near the front. And when he was asked earlier where do you want to be at the end of the race, he said, I'll be second, and then, of course, cross the finish line first. Long way to go, but Jr. hanging in there as Jeff Burton is currently your leader. 150,000 fans gathering for the running of the Daytona 500, and on lap 3 went silent as fans remembered Dale Earnhardt. Now, the first caution, Kyle Busch hit by Michael Waltrip, spun out. He's been complaining on the radio about the style. Kevin Harvick had engine problems. And here we're looking at Jeff Gordon, who ran into Robbie Gordon. He was complaining about some reckless driving. And on lap 29, an early big one, 15 cars involved. Waltrip, the owner of the 00 car with Rudiman, creates the wreck. Among those involved Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson back out on the track, but certainly having an effect on those competing for the Daytona 500 championship. But with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers in the Hollywood Hotel, the pace of what we've seen so far with 27 lead changes and 14 different leaders and a lot of activity early, taking some drivers out of at least their chance of winning this race.
Yeah, Chris, and so far what we're seeing, I think more than anything else, is guys not showing any kind of patience at all. They got fast race cars, but they were so afraid of what they saw, during the 150s on Thursday that I got to go. I got to find me a dance partner. I think everybody's kind of like gotten a frenzy. Now after the big one, everybody seemed like they're willing to settle down and realize we do have a long way to go to the end of this 500-mile race.
I know you've been listening to the radio chatter. We'll keep an eye on that. It's been tough to follow. Hurting. And drivers talking to drivers and crew chiefs as well. Remember, next Sunday we'll be out at Phoenix. That's noon Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern for the second race of this season. Post Daytona 500. See who survives this one for the Subway Fresh Fit 500. All right, fans, time for an AT&T Fastest Pit Crew update. We'll take a look to see which teams have been fastest on pit road today, how it compares to how you, the fans, have voted.
Yeah, this right here is going to be something we're going to be watching all year long, so you get an opportunity to call in and vote for your favorite team. But at the end of the day, I might have a little something to say about that.
All 4 Richard Childress cars have led today, and 3 of the 4 Hendrick cars involved in that wreck. So Dale Earnhardt Jr., the Rick Hendrick lone hope of pulling this one out, at least at this point. Let's rejoin Darrell, Larry, and Mike. This has been an AT&T race break.
Thanks, Chris. Matt Kenseth gets the free pass on this caution. He's now back on the lead lap. The mega teams, Hendrick, Childress, Roush, Gibbs, they've all been hurt with these caution flags, but 3 of the 2-car teams are up in that front pack intact. Both the Ganassi cars, Montoya and McMurray, both of the Penske cars, Keselowski and Busch, both of the Stewart-Haas cars, Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman, continue to run unscathed. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV, as we get set to go green at lap 79. Dale Earnhardt Jr. on point. Kasey Kahne behind him. Bowyer and Burton hooking up on the low side. We're back under green.
Junior and Kahne been working really good together. They've closed on that front group of Bowyer and Burton a couple of times. Wasn't able to get by them, but they got a good shot this time as they drag off into turn 1.
Kasey Kahne will be Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate in 2012, moving over to Hendrick Motorsports. This is a 1-year stop-off at Red Bull Racing for Kasey.
And they've got help from behind with McMurray and Montoya giving him a little extra draft.
Folks at home, if you don't know a lot about our sport, and I'm thinking millions of you do, Dale Jr. just took the lead. And the place has gone wild.
NASCAR's most popular driver years and years in a row. Dale Jr. is going to come across and lead the Daytona 500 for the 2nd time today. Still on the lead lap and still in contention. Junior won the pole, crashed in practice, so he had to go to a backup car, and he started this race 43rd last. He now leads.
You know, we for a while there on restrictor plate tracks, Daytona and Talladega, we called him the Pied Piper. Follow me, I'm the Pied Piper, and everyone has or did. It's good to see him back up there leading a race today. I felt comfortable that he could get to the lead eventually. He's got a good race car.
You know, we listened to radio transmission from the Ganassi drivers, Montoya and McMurray earlier. It just takes them a little bit to get hooked up in the right way. On the restart there, you see them on the high side fighting for the lead.
Now, a couple cars that have been working together at the front of the field, Kurt Busch and Regan Smith, both spent some extra time on pit road under that caution. Matt and Steve can fill us in.
Mike, it's been a full day of issues for Busch as he's now pushing the 78 of Smith. Earlier slid through the pits. Then he had a vibration thinking that a possible brake issue that he experienced in practice had come back. And then when they pitted the car, they saw a huge hole in the nose. They repaired half of it, sent him back out, brought Busch back, and then screwed in a piece of aluminum and then covered it with a huge piece of black Bear Bond tape. You can see that aluminum, Steve.
Matt, issues for Regan Smith in that 78 as well. He had to come down pit road again. He had a side flap for a cowl opening that had broken. The team had to tape that down as well. He lost a lot of positions.
There's so much turbulence, and these two guys have really figured this transfer out. You're going to lose some time, but you're trying to make it a minimum as you can. But look at the difference in the speeds. That's just from changing from the swapping the positions, front to first to second.
When you make that swap, your time for that lap goes up by 1.5 seconds, and that's an eternity at these speeds.
But some of these things that are breaking on these race cars, body parts and stuff, that's how much turbulence and how much air is being blown around these race cars at over 200 miles an hour.
Coming to the line, Army strong, Ryan Newman. Past winner of the 500 with help from Joey Logano. Newman out front. He is the 16th different leader of this race.
What's amazing, go back to Michigan in August. These two guys were nose to nose, fist to fist after the race. Here they're helping each other in the Daytona 500.
What do you call it, Darrell? Co-opetition?
That's all it is, buddy. Find somebody that'll help you, and you don't care who it is. You have no enemies right now. Everybody's your friend, and you want to keep it that way until the end. All bets are off. 2 to go. Every man for himself. But right now, come on, buddy, help me.
In the 2 big races so far this weekend, whoever has led right here coming off turn 4 was not the leader at the checkered flag.
Yeah, I heard guys, they've said it a couple of times. Yesterday in the Bud shootout, I felt like I was a setting duck. And it seems like off of turn 4 now to the start-finish line, guy in the front is a setting duck.
And one of the fellows who said that was Ryan Newman. Dick Berggren.
Although chassis and handling seems not to be a factor for the majority of drivers, it has become a factor for Joey Logano, currently running right behind Ryan Newman. His car has been unstable and loose all day. Nevertheless, he's up front in second position.
And you have to, you know, it's unstable. It's uncomfortable. Dude, you're running 200 miles an hour.
Now, where are Logano's teammates? Kind of back there a ways. We'll catch up on Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch when we come back to the great American race on Fox. Win a legend and meet one too. Enter for a chance to win a new Chevy Camaro SS and a chance to meet Jimmy Johnson. Visit winyourchevy.com now. Clint Bowyer, Jeff Burton back out in front of the Daytona 500. Ryan Newman coming back to the front with Joey Logano. Martin Truex, the 56, with Carl Edwards. Kurt Busch with Regan Smith. And Casey Kane with Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's look at the 2 Joe Gibbs cars that are not Joey Logano. They've been kind of idling along in mid-pack. Now, last time along, though, watch the 18 and the 11, Busch and Hamlin.
Boy, Kyle Busch's car is just very unstable. That looked like Michael when Michael turned him around earlier, and Kyle has been on some great adventures.
And I know this is in slow motion, but I think as you saw a while ago with our telemetry, it's in the mid 190s that all that's going on there in the middle of the corner.
Now they are back at 22nd and 23rd, trying to stay out of the fray, as this race still has 111 laps to run. Krista.
Well, don't be alarmed yet. Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin, they are laying back in an effort to stay out of trouble. And you know, Kyle Busch will be the first to admit he can sometimes be a hothead, but keeping cool is a lesson for him and his car. That's what the team worked on in final practice. When and where to pass the baton and get the most air to the car.
I think it's kind of a double whammy. I don't think he likes to be pushed, and he's not a good pusher. And so I think he's really got himself in a dilemma here.
We're hearing that the spotter stand is like the trading floor on the New York Stock Exchange with all the deal making going on. The radio chatter is wild. The spotters are trying to be matchmakers while still trying to keep their drivers out of harm's way.
There you see Ryan Newman in the 39 car hooked back up with Joey Logano in the 20, trying to get by Kurt Busch and Regan Smith. But it's amazing, Kurt Busch and Regan Smith, you got the report that they had problems with their car, had to come back to pit road because they pretty much have been hooked up together the entire speed weeks. Here they're back up there leading the Daytona 500.
And listen, you don't race any differently. You know, we had some cars out of the race. I said earlier, you don't know that. You don't race any differently right now than if the whole field was out there racing. You're just racing your little crowd right here.
Among the cars that were crashed, Greg Biffle is back on track making laps. So is Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, David Rudiman, and Brian Vickers.
People always say, Mike, after a crash, they'll always say, well, maybe they'll take it easy. Now, they don't know.
No. Andy Lally in the garage, the rookie, out of the race. Richardson, Nemechek, Ambrose, Waltrip, Brian Keselowski, Harvick with engine trouble, also J.J. Yelin.
You know, Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, he did a 20-lap practice run the other day, and he told me after that, you saw Dave Blaney run over 200 miles an hour, but Denny Hamlin told me after being in front, being pushed for 20 laps, yeah, I was mentally drained, but my arms felt like they were about to fall out of my socket.
The most we saw water was about 255.
Oil is about 255 as well, and that's when I would bail out.
That is the autopsy from Jeff Burton on his engine. He becomes the second Richard Childress car to fall by the wayside after his teammate Kevin Harvick.
There's Richard Childress there, and you better believe he's becoming a very nervous man.
You know he is. These engines, again, we are working them down here like they've never worked them before.
I would get it right back down and bail out.
I never thought I'd see over 9,000 RPM at Daytona, and that's where these things are living.
Now Burton talking about when the light came on. Their water temperature gauge has a light built in, kind of like what we call the idiot light on your car, but it's predetermined it's set at a predetermined point, and when the light comes on, the driver knows he needs to breathe the car, get it out in clean air. Burton explaining he was doing that, but the engine appeared to let go anyway.
I just believe the weather has caught a lot of these guys out today. I tell you, I think they are seeing a lot of heat in the engines. There's a lot of heat in the track. Cars are not handling quite as good as they have all week. I think the weather is certainly playing havoc with some of these guys.
It's almost like the kiss of death for the 2011 Daytona 500 was being the chase in 2010. Almost all of those 12 guys have had a problem of some type of another.
They're going to test out the new point system.
The ambient temperature is nudging 80 degrees, and that's the first time in the 10 days of Speed Week that has happened. Warmest day of the week. Kurt Busch with Regan Smith, his new fastest friend, in front of the Daytona 500.
You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's, let's build something together. By AARP. Join Jeff Gordon and AARP in the drive to end hunger today. And by Dodge.
One lap to halfway in the Daytona 500. Let's take an inside look at what's happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by Sprint and HTC Evo 4G. Clint Bowyer has the fastest lap in the race, 200.5 miles per hour.
And you know what's interesting? We talked about you'll work with anybody. I don't think Trevor Bayne probably has run any laps with Robbie Gordon, and here they are leading the race.
Kurt Busch has led the most laps so far, 14. Fuel your inner NASCAR fan with live in-car audio and real-time stats on your NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile and the new HTC Evo 4G, only from Sprint at sprint.com/speed. Robbie Gordon has been leading the 500 with a push from Trevor Bayne, and oh my goodness, here they all come.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to last because here comes Regan Smith in that 78 and his buddy Kurt Busch in that 22.
But did you see what Trevor Bayne did? He got way back off of Robbie Gordon. He didn't want to go in that corner 3 wide pushing Robbie Gordon. Felt like that might not be safe. That is using got a lot of intelligence in that 21 car.
Well, it's been 5 years since Richard Childress' team lost 2 engines in 1 race. Here's Dick Berggren.
But it has happened today, and there are still 2 Childress cars out there, and they are fast. Clint Bowyer, Paul Menard. Their engine's going to be okay, do you think?
I hope so. We, you know, this is we're asking a lot out of the engines here for sure, and these are tough situations. You know, to run it all, you got to run them 240 or so, and you know, that may be a little more than we need to be running them. We thought we were well within our limits, but maybe not. But listen, I'm proud of everybody. Everybody busted their butt to come down here and put their best foot forward. We ran well all week, and you know, I'm proud of everybody. I'm disappointed, exceptionally disappointed, but I'm really proud of everybody's effort.
Ran well enough. He won his qualifying race on Thursday.
Jeff Burton out of the 500 after winning on Thursday. Last year, 12 drivers made the chase for the Sprint Cup. Jimmie Johnson won his 5th straight championship. How are those 12 chasers doing today? Not too good. But for Carl Edwards and Kurt Busch, it's been a long haul for the drivers who made the chase last year.
Yeah, that's the order they finished. Of course, Jimmie Johnson winning his 5th consecutive Sprint Cup Series championship.
Just past halfway, 99 laps to go.
And remember, I think everyone's aware of the fact that we got a new point system. 43 points for first, with a maximum of 48 points if you lead the most laps.
Ryan Newman, Joey Logano leading the field around. Ryan's been lucky enough and good enough to win one Daytona 500. How about two, Matt?
Mike, you never know where a driver will find good luck. 2 years ago, Newman wrecked 2 cars here in Daytona after 4 races, sat 34th in points. While on vacation, one of his crew members named Jay Guarneri saw a voodoo store. He thought, what the heck, I'll try it out. Stepped inside, said, I need something for good luck. He bought a Mojo bag. He came back to the next race, told Newman about it. Newman put it in his left hip pocket, reading the directions well, and for the next year and a half, every race he had that Mojo bag in his pocket. He won a race and 3 poles. This year, though, they're trying to change up their Mojo by going with no Mojo. No good luck items in the 39. And DW, I've heard a lot about NASA helping drivers get to victory lane, computers, but never voodoo.
Voodoo, you do that, you do that voodoo that you do so well. Ryan Newman, Joey Logano. Newman came up through sprint cars. Logano came up through quarter midgets and caught the eye of Mark Martin, who said that this kid is the next big thing. He's better than sliced bread, and sliced bread became the nickname that hung on Logano's shoulders all the way to the Sprint Cup Series.
Made his first Daytona 500 start 2 years ago. What a difference 2 years has made for that young man, Joey Logano.
All right, we've all made our picks. Let's check back in and see how your Pizza Hut fan favorite driver is doing. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is 14th right now on the lead lap, running about 2.8 seconds off the lead, drafting with Casey Kane, the number 4.
I don't think that they're in trouble. I think this is a little bit of a plan. Dale Jr. was not comfortable the way people were racing in front of him, and he said, I want to ride back, fall back a little bit and stay out of trouble.
You know, Mike, we're now 4 laps past halfway, 104 down, 96 to go, and this is the longest green flag run we have had in this race. In fact, we're about 14 to 16 or so laps away from what will be green flag pit stops, something they had to make so far in this race.
Well, that'll be interesting because new this year, only 6 men are over the wall to service that car. Green flag stops coming.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by the new Chevy Silverado HD, Motor Trend's 2011 Truck of the Year.
Juan Pablo Montoya has spun off turn 4 to put us under caution for the 8th time today. He didn't hit anything and continued on to pit road. Caution is out. Dick Berggren.
Well, it's not enough to get on pit road fast, Mike. They've told Trevor Bayne not to use his brakes hard because that locks the shock absorber, which makes it hard to get the front tire off. Steve.
4 tires for Ryan Newman this time, Dick. Let's go to Matt.
Ever since the damage to Kurt Busch's nose, he's lost the handling of the nose of this 22 car. Right side tires only, and they are going to try to top it off of fuel.
Right side tires for Bayne and for Paul Menard. Looks like Menard will get 4, as will A.J. Allmendinger.
Really long stop for Trevor Bayne in that 21 car, even getting just right side tires.
Robbie Gordon, the first off pit road with Kurt Busch and Ryan Newman. Watch the 42, the target car. Jamie McMurray behind him. Montoya goes around, and what a save at 200 miles an hour. He drives it onto pit road and to the caution flag.
World class right there.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Open a Coke and enjoy the race. We're threatening the record for lead changes at the Daytona 500. We have had 39 so far. 60 is the mark. 18 leaders within 3 of the record set here. Moments ago, Jamie McMurray trying to win back-to-back Daytona 500s for the first time since the mid-90s when Sterling Marlin did it. Ran into Juan Pablo Montoya trying to get some air, running hot. Let's rejoin Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
Steve Wallace got the free pass on this, the 8th caution flag of the day. We're back under green. Robbie Gordon made a pit stop and held on to the lead. He and Ryan Newman drafting together, trying to hang on to it. But once again, Kurt Busch and Regan Smith, an odd couple pairing because it's a Dodge and a Chevrolet, have vaulted out front.
but they've been this way throughout practice. They did it all day long in the Gatorade Dual qualifying race on Thursday, and he knew he had a great partner there.
Yeah, they have a lot of confidence in each other, and Regan's a good kid. He's a good player.
And watch at the bottom of your screen, the 88 and the 14 have found each other. Stewart and Earnhardt Jr. were talking on the radio about linking up, hooking up, and trying to get to the front. We'll see if they can as we crank it up. They come to the stripe. Kurt Busch, leader by a narrow margin over Martin Truex. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, because the new surface at Daytona International Speedway smooth enough, no bumps, no whoops, so that one driver can push another and have the advantage of 2 cars worth of torque and horsepower to make them much faster than any single car could be by itself.
Yeah, there's so many things you don't have to worry about. Don't have to worry too much about handling. The track has fixed that with the new surface. Don't have to worry about tires. Goodyear fixed that with the great tires, and here we are 3 wide for the lead off turn 4.
Bowyer up the middle, Truex on the high side, Busch on the bottom. Trevor Bayne gives a little breathing room there, and Bowyer vaults back to the lead. He and Busch have traded back and forth the honor of leading the most laps, and whoever does gets a bonus point toward the Sprint Cup Series.
And Larry, you talk about ECR engines, and here we got the 33 and the 27. They're out of the Childress stables, just like the 29 and the 31, where they're running fine. They don't seem to be having any issues at all.
Well, and remember, Regan Smith, the 78 car, has that engine package. But Darrell, I'm so impressed with that young Trevor Bayne. You talked to him on the pace laps, 20 years old yesterday in the 21 car. Whenever they get 3 wide, he gives some breathing room to that car in front of him.
Yeah, he backs out of a hole. If he sees something he doesn't like, he's smart enough to know to get out of there.
Kurt Busch trying to lead this lap. Robbie Gordon on the outside with Joey Logano, and Busch leads another one. This may not be the most physically demanding race of the year, but it is certainly the most mentally taxing. We asked last year's winner Jamie McMurray about that.
Mentally draining. This will be as bad as it gets, and it's going to be worse this year. It's going to be twice as bad this year as it was last year, because it's about 2 cars being hooked together, and you're not only driving your car, but you're trying to know what the guy in front of you is going to do, and also what everyone around you is going to do. I know after the 150, I laid down at 8 o'clock at night, and I told Christy, I was like, I'm going to sleep. And she said, well, you didn't really do anything today. You know, all you had was the 150. I said, I'm really tired. I said, that's mentally draining what we did today. And she kind of giggled, and she's like, wow, I can't wait to see how you feel Sunday.
Apparently sounds tired just talking about it.
He was tired anticipating it. I think that's what it was. You know, we're talking about tires and tire wear. Back in I think it was Tiny Lund drove for the Wood Brothers. He won the Daytona 500 on 1 set of tires.
1963, the first of the Wood Brothers' 4 victories at Daytona. A.J. Foyt, Cale Yarborough, and the great David Pearson in '76 also carried a similarly painted number 21 to victory. And Trevor Bayne was pretty giddy last evening when he got to meet David Pearson for the first time.
Heck, I've met Pearson 100 times, and I get kind of giddy every time I meet him, too. Such a great, great driver.
Kurt Busch, Regan Smith, Clint Bowyer, Paul Menard, Robbie Gordon out front of the Daytona 500 on Fox. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Everything we've learned making tires for one of racing's most grueling proving grounds inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Martin Truex, Trevor Bayne out in front of Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Mark Martin, Ryan Newman. Now watch Junior and Tony Stewart. Watch what happens between them and then listen to Junior's reaction.
No pressure, clear by about 20 back there. Clear by 20.
These two are the best of friends racing nose to tail. Stewart finished second to Dale Jr. in the 500 in 2004, and they are favorite drafting partners in the Saturday races here.
We need to get back away from him, let him get slowed down, and then we need to smoke by him and get on. Fine.
So they're just talking strategy. Get off of him, get a good run, and just go blowing by. And that's what the plan was. But Junior, I've heard him say all race long here, I don't want to be up there in all that fray right now. I want to be back here where I got a little bit of a safety zone.
But they're back in 16th and 17th, Larry.
Name me another sport where you communicate strategy with the guy you're trying to beat for the biggest event of the year. I mean, we're seeing it all over this racetrack all day long.
I mean, you steal signs in baseball, you get a pitch in the ear. Sure.
Oh, you'll play nice right now. I wouldn't depend on it at the end of the day.
We talked earlier about Regan Smith, who has been with the leaders all day. Now his number 78 is out of that lead pack and back at 8th place. Steve?
And Mike, Larry just talked about the understand the caution out. Back to you, Mike.
Yellow flag as Travis Kvapil limps onto pit road. And back to Steve.
And Mike, you were just talking about Regan Smith in the 78 and the fact that they have an engine program with ECR. They just told Regan, do not run part throttle. Repeat, no part throttle, and that comes from the engine department.
And what that does is when you're part throttle, it leans the engine out. If you're wide open, you're sucking max fuel. When you got it part throttle, the engine wants to detonate. It doesn't have a good flow of fuel going into it, and it'll cause it to burn a piston.
And that's why I go back to what Darrell said earlier. The guy that's up there by pushing, he can't roll out of the throttle. The guy in front needs to do that trail braking, but stay wide open on the throttle.
And Darrell, let's don't forget, we're racing a new fuel today. This is the hottest temperature we've seen all week long. And you know how when you start trying to fine tune these race cars, if you get the timing in the mixture a little off because of the heat temperature, and plus the engines maybe run a little warmer, all of these things could be a mixture for disaster is about what it works out to be.
I think you're right, Jeff, and I think this, again, is hotter today, and it's been the whole week, and I think it's kind of catching some of these guys out just a little bit on their engine tuning.
So with 76 laps to go, they'll open the pits for fuel and tires if needed, and there'll be at least one more pit stop in this race. Next Sunday on Fox, the Subway Fresh Fit 500. We go from Daytona to Phoenix and the 1 Mile Phoenix International Raceway in the desert. So here they come for what could be the next to last pit stop of this Daytona 500. Steve Burns.
Mike, DW just talked about the increased temperature here. Clint Bowyer said, man, please give me a cold water. They're also going to go fuel only for Clint Bowyer, Dick.
Martin Truex is going to pit. He's not going to take tires on this stop or the next one or the one after that. They're going to run this set of tires for the entire duration of the Daytona 500.
Not many tire changes among the first ones to pit road. Joey Logano is going to take at least right sides. Krista?
Same strategy for his teammate, Kyle Busch. Right side tires for Kyle. Matt?
4 tires for the 22 of Kurt Busch. He says the vibration is slightly getting worse with each stop. He also noted that the screws that are on the front bumper, the repair job, is just eating up the rear bumper of the 78 of Smith.
Brad Keselowski got right side tires. A.J. Allmendinger gets 4 as we're under caution in the 500.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by the new 2011 Ford F-150. Built Ford tough.
Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys!
Yeah, boy, we're doing good, man. I'm happy. Ford's trying to get in behind you, making it 3 wide, buddy. 3 wide. Right in front of us, man. Right in front of us is a blow engine. Get down if you can. Get back up. Get back up. 9 car just spun us. All right, we're spun around over here, guys. Back to scattered pods, like little tadpoles running around here.
74 laps to go. 8 cars out of the race. 26 cars on the lead lap. David Gilliland got the free pass. They're calling off the restart. You see the lights on atop the Chevy Camaro SS pace car. And they'll run 1 more lap under this caution.
You know, Mike, I was just thinking about all this communication, driver, spotter, other drivers talking to other drivers. Wouldn't you call that social media? I mean, it's almost like Twitter, you know?
Until the last lap when it becomes anti-social media.
Then it becomes mass media.
You know, we have watched Juan Pablo Montoya and Jamie McMurray, the 2 Ganassi cars, work together all day long. Montoya got in trouble on that 8th caution back on lap 107, and he lost touch with the pack. What we watched for about 8 to 10 laps before that caution we just had there on 123, Jamie McMurray had basically almost come to a stop on the racetrack, waiting on Montoya to catch up with him. They just had got back together when that caution came back out.
But while Jamie was coasting around, Kyle Busch wanted to play Let's Make a Deal.
Hey, Jamie, it's Kyle. You got me? Yeah, 10-4, I got you. You're going to have to be careful pushing me because I got too much bear bond on, so it's going to have to be more square. That's 10-4. I'll be careful. Jamie, we're going to go to the 42. Lawrence, Kyle, I got to go back and get Juan. We had a deal earlier, okay? Yeah, 10-4. Go ahead.
All right, you see the black on the back bumper of Kyle Busch's. That's what they call the bear bond, and why do they explain that?
Well, it's sticky. And what he's saying is your bumper will not slide across my back bumper, and we could get kind of hooked up there just for a second and it could spin me out. So he doesn't want him, he wants him to push him square. Don't be sliding across the rear of the car.
It's like, listen there, air traffic control. No wonder Bob Osborne has a headache.
I'm telling you.
Introducing Car Warriors, the most anticipated show of the season. A team of all-star mechanics takes on a team of average Joes. You've got 72 hours to build the ultimate ride. It's the most exciting new show on TV. It premieres Wednesday, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, only on Speed. We'll look for the restart this time. On the inside 56 is Martin Truex Jr. with rookie Trevor Bayne right on his bumper. On the outside, teammates at Richard Childress Racing, Clint Boyer, along with Paul Menard. At Kyle Busch, Ryan Newman, Casey Kane, Carl Edwards, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Joey Logano to the top 10. Green flag. 72 laps to go.
Another thing I just heard, there's a lot of concern, obviously, in the Childress camp. Don't get the engines hot. You've got to keep changing positions because you're getting too much heat in the engines. No park throttle. Don't get them too hot. Nurse these things home. Being out front doesn't hurt anything.
One straw that has not been afraid to stir the drink is the orange number 7 of Robbie Gordon. He has no teammates in this race. There's Gordon right in the middle, now sweeping up high. His teammates are whoever he finds and whoever he latches onto. He's worked with just about everybody today. He's found his way to the front a couple of times.
And he's worked with just about every manufacturer over the last several years. And now he's in a Dodge, and those Dodges have a lot of steam, look to me like.
He's got a Penske engine, and right now he's getting pushed by a Penske car, Brad Keselowski, in that 2 car, the blue car.
Look at these guys, man. They're getting a little crazy here. They don't want that lead pack to get away. 99 was down to Carl Edwards down the apron. 22 of Busch down on the apron.
Getting a little racy, boys.
Gosh, Darrell, it's 71 laps to go, not 7 laps to go.
Got to get up there and get in the front. I think that's what these guys all want to do. Watch these guys coming through the trioval right here.
Watch the 99 of Carl Edwards. Right behind the orange car, Robbie Gordon.
Right in here. He's coming.
Now he went down on the yellow line, and
look,
whoa!
He's turned plumb sideways right there.
Then he got knocked below the double yellow line.
And that was his teammate David Reagan in this 6. Now Sprint Cup director John Darby says putting your your tires on the yellow line is legal. The yellow lines belong to the competitors. Anything to the left of the yellow lines, that's out of bounds.
Uh-oh, is that
slow
somebody,
car down to the inside? Oh, Bobby Labonte.
Bobby Labonte off the pace.
He was running in the top 5. I just had looked at the scoring monitor.
First race for JTG Doherty and Bobby Labonte. Going to ease it back to pit road. So Carl Edwards and David Reagan are drafting along at the bottom of your screen. They're coming up to Kenseth and Biffle, their other Roush teammates. Bonk.
Carl says, let me show you how that feels. So, but I didn't do it.
Now Biffle is 16 laps down in car number 16 after being involved in the wreck at lap 30. Childress cars on the point. Truex coming and Trevor Bayne. And we're told from all that bump drafting, this left rear corner on Matt Kenseth's car may be coming loose. Kenseth is shown 1 lap down right now.
Can't see anything from here, but
hanging out in the breeze.
Kind of what the drivers all see. Can't see anything from back here.
Yeah, you see at the wheel opening, it's hanging out.
Yep.
And that's got to slow him down.
We're riding with Greg Biffle there. Yeah, that's like a parachute hanging out there. Greg Biffle involved in that big wreck earlier, 16 laps down in the 16 car.
Well, there's some wounded warriors out there right now, I'm telling you. Golly gee, cars got all kind of damage on them.
You have to go all the way back to Ryan Newman in 7th place to find a driver who's won the 500. Steve?
And Mike, listening to Clint Bowyer talk about positioning on the racetrack, Shane Wilson, the crew chief, just asked him about his temperatures. He said, I'm absolutely fine, about 250 degrees.
Well, Steve, I think Darrell pointed out, you know, the 33 car is in great shape right now because he's the guy out there getting all that clean air through the nose of that car.
But if he's at 250 leading his thing, imagine what he is if he's behind, like his teammate Paul Menard is. That's going to shoot that temp way up.
Childress cars leading, strange bedfellows coming. Tony Stewart with his former teammate Kyle Busch, 3rd and 4th.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds.
The 2009 winner of the 500, Matt Kenseth, has crashed hard in the trioval. He's climbed out of the car. He is okay. He was being bump drafted by Greg Biffle. You're riding with Biffle.
Guy in front of Matt can't pick a lane.
I think Biffle was trying to go down to get him behind Matt and just mistimed it a little bit. Clipped him in the right rear and shot him into the outside wall. And again, see all those styrofoam blocks? That's the safer barrier. Man, that is the greatest thing since interliners and tires.
Again, Matt Kenseth climbed from his car. He was okay. Here's looking back from Joey Logano. Pretty vicious hit. Here it is on our Fox Exmo cam.
And did you see how close he came to taking Montoya out?
10th caution flag of this Daytona 500. It comes out with 64 laps to go and 26 cars on the lead lap. We saw Bobby Labonte slow earlier. He was trying to get out of potential trouble, picked up another drafting partner. His number 47 continues on okay. Experience the new view of RaceView only at NASCAR.com. The brand new and improved RaceView. Perfect combination to your TV. Featuring upgraded virtual video, new camera angles, live in-car audio. Customize your entire experience and get started at NASCAR.com/RaceView now. Dale Earnhardt Jr., David Reagan riding around under caution. The 10th one of the afternoon. Mark Martin, who is 1 lap down. Jimmy Johnson, 20 laps down after being involved in the big crash at lap 30. Jeff Gordon was also in that 17-car pileup. He is now 32nd, 35 laps down. Greg Biffle. Biffle 16 laps off pace when he got into the back of his Roush Fenway teammate, Matt Kenseth.
That green flag you see waving there, that tells the drivers that the pit road is now open. There's a red flag they wave if it's not open, but the green one lets them know, come on in.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., the first to pit. He's going to bring Kurt Busch in with him, along with Allmendinger, Hamlin, Regan Smith, Carl Edwards, Casey Kane, and more. Matt?
Mike, good news for Kurt Busch fans. The vibration he's been complaining about, he said, has disappeared after the last stop when they made 4-tire change. Just topping him off with some Sunoco, Krista.
Steve, a little bit of an audible. If no one else had come behind Dale Jr., they would have put on some tires. Instead, it's fuel only. Let's go upstairs to the hotel. Chris and Jeff.
Thanks, Krista. Time for an AT&T race break, and 3 times of the Daytona 500 we've had 11 caution flags. That is the mark, and we are 1 away from that. Again, 19 leaders, 56 lead changes, and currently Clint Bowyer is your leader with 63 laps to go. The big one Mike referred to moments ago, lap 29, when it was Michael Waltrip, car owner and driver, into a car driven by David Reutimann. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon involved and taken out of a chance of winning this. Lap 80, Dale Earnhardt Jr. with the Hendrick cars wrecked in the lead and a chance to win this Daytona 500. Meanwhile, the Richard Childress Racing cars that were so dominant last year at restrictor plates, Kevin Harvick blows an engine, Jeff Burton has a problem with an engine, and moments ago, lap 135 with a couple of Ford teammates, and it seems this is Biffle and Kenseth, Jeff Hammond, that just teammates, whether the cars are running hot or they're not quite in communication with who's easing up or doing what. But it's tough to stay in concert as they go around and race and try to win this thing.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we just saw there Greg Biffle 16 laps down. His teammate Matt Kenseth, he's been hanging in there all day long after getting caught up in that wreck, in and out of the lead lap, and all of a sudden now he's totally out of the race. I mean, it's just a crazy, I guess you might say, Daytona 500 so far.
Yeah, well, they said it would be unpredictable. Now, Clint Bowyer, who is currently the leader of the last 2 Daytona races, he's led with 10 laps to go and wound up not winning the race. The leader at the halfway point, who in this case was Martin Truex Jr., has failed to win the last 18 Daytona 500. So the unpredictability continues, but a little bit of irony with the Richard Childress car out in front after the engine problem.
Well, you got him really 1-2 because Paul Menard is now that 4th team at RCR Racing. The key thing is right now, both of them are running the Earnhardt Childress engines. They've got to pay attention to their gauges. Now, Chris, we were talking about earlier, this right here is probably going to be the hardest Daytona 500 to win because mentally and physically it's wearing you down. Now they've got a mandate coming down saying you got to watch your gauges even more so, besides racing and keeping up what's in front of you. So they got a lot of wear and tear going on inside that cockpit right now as a driver. So whoever is going to be the superhero today, especially for RCR, they got to really step up to the wheel.
Yeah, you got to watch your gauges, you're working the radio, and also keep your eyes on the road, by the way, going nearly 200 miles per hour. We hope you'll be with us all season long for NASCAR coverage on Fox. It's Phoenix next Sunday.
It's like a heat race. You don't have any other track like this.
And let's check a look at pit road, see which pit crews have been fastest out there. The fastest pit crew updated all season on AT&T and AT&T customers. As soon as the checkered flag drops, you can, from your AT&T phone, text the car number, the crew you think will be fastest, to 234567. Reply OK when you're asked, and we'll continue with the updates. The AT&T Fastest Pit Crew Award brought to you by AT&T, the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. And meanwhile, Mike, we still have both the Busch brothers, Kurt and Kyle, staying calm and in the hunt for this 53rd running of the Great American Race.
Absolutely, Chris. Add to the list of cars on the lead lap that pitted under that caution: Joey Logano, David Reagan, Dave Blaney, Bill Elliott, and Mark Martin and Bobby Labonte. The first 13 cars in the race did not pit under this caution. And good news, Matt Kenseth checked and released at the Infield Care Center.
All this strain, physical strain, mental strain we've been talking about, the guy that can be the sharpest come the end of this race, get down to 20 to go, the guy that's still thinking clear, can make good moves and good decisions, could be the guy that wins this race.
Brad Keselowski trying to win the 500 for Roger Penske, give Roger his second win in the 500. We listened in under this caution.
You all set in there? Oh, I'm all set. I don't know who you're talking to. You. I haven't heard you. Oh, I'm just riding, man. Just enjoying the good life. Riding around with your top down? I don't know about that. I don't think anyone wants to see me without a top on. I'd almost rather see your brother. Ooh.
His brother Brian raced his way into the 500 but got taken out in that lap 30 crash. But Bad Brad's having a big time.
And my point about staying sharp and the guy that's the best at the very end here, you make if you get tired and you start to you make bad decisions. You get with the wrong guy, you get in the wrong lane, you hit somebody too hard. You got to be focused and sharp here at the end of this race.
I like the move Roger Penske made during the offseason, though. You know, Brad Keselowski is now driving that 2 Miller Lite car, but he's back with his crew chief that he won the Nationwide Series championship with last year, Paul Wolfe. Those guys they really complement each other and have great chemistry.
Steve Burns.
Mike, Clint Bowyer, the leader of this race, he just spoke with Tony Stewart directly in the 14, and the commentary was Bowyer told Tony that he's going to run for now with his teammate Paul Menard in the 27, but expect the 33 and the 14 to hook up a little bit later in this race. Tony said, you do what you got to do right now. There's still a long way to go.
Right up there in the top half dozen, Trevor Bayne trying to win a 5th 500 for the Wood brothers in that iconic looking number 21. The captain still has 2 cars in the hunt, Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski. Happy birthday, Roger Penske. Turned 7-0 today. Getting set for the green flag. There'll be 60 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Clint Bowyer jumps out in front of Paul Menard. They will try to hook up as teammates and do.
They timed that out perfectly. Looked like Menard laid back just a little bit, give Bowyer a chance to drop down in front of him, exactly what they wanted to do. But I got to give a call to Paul Menard. Running up front, having a great day. People, you know, he's moved around a little bit. People said, oh man, Childress' 4th car, I don't know if that's going to work or not. Tried it once before. Paul Menard's making it work today.
Finished 13th. Menard did in last year's 500. And here comes Trevor Bayne on the back bumper of Martin Truex, the 56 and 21, back to the front.
I think you're going to see guys that are really, really serious about winning this race. I mean, everybody is, but guys are going to start putting out a little extra effort. Guys have been laying back. We haven't talked about it much. Like that 88 car, look for them to try to find their way in the front now that it's getting down near the end of the day.
And he's found a new dance partner, Jamie McMurray, in that 1 car. Jamie, he can't get hooked up with his teammate Montoya as he was so much of the first part of the race.
I think Montoya's car is not handling very good. I don't think he likes Jamie behind him, and I think that's had an effect on their relationship.
But Darrell, how about this rookie from Knoxville, Tennessee, just turned 20 yesterday. The rookie is having a great ride here in 2nd place.
You know what? And every time I've talked to him, we had him on the show yesterday afternoon. You heard him this morning before the race started. Very confident, very calm, got a great head on his shoulders.
Truex will bring him off the corner. Here is Dick Berggren.
Matt Kenseth, trouble on the racetrack.
And it is Montoya crashing along with Greg Biffle. And again, Montoya makes a great save to come down pit road as the caution flag flies for the 11th time today as they slow down to pace car speed. Let's get back to Dick Berggren who is with the driver taken out in the last incident.
Yeah, and you and the Biff are the best of friends. What happened between you two guys?
Oh, it wasn't his fault at all. It's my fault for using bad judgment. So our car was pretty beat up, and Mark got the wave around that time, and there was two of us a lap down, both trying to get the lucky dog, and in the heat of the moment trying to race up through there. And I've never been in traffic with all the damage from the first incident, and I couldn't control my car very good, and I was trying to work my way to the back, and we were kind of going up through the middle and had some slow cars, and Logano tried to block, and when he did, I had to slow up, and at the same time, Greg just couldn't slow up in time. So it's just should use better judgment, roll around the back, and take what we could get.
A lot of action in this year's Daytona 500.
Thank you, Dick. This ties the record for caution flags in the 500 at 11. Top of your screen, here they come off turn 4.
Well, I think you got to remember something too about that 16 car. It's been wrecked once, and so it's not handling all that great. And Montoya just got into the back of him. And you know, Larry, one thing, and Mike, these guys have been so complimentary of each other. Oh, it wasn't his fault. Just racing.
Look at that yellow car of Kurt Busch, dive to the inside and escape down pit road, as does Ryan Newman.
So much of that has to do with this fresh asphalt. It has a ton of grip. You can turn that car just dead left straight down pit road.
Fresh grass doesn't have much grip at all.
Still clear by 3 out back. Montoya pushing. And he turned the pit on. On pit road now. In the grass. Take it easy. Nothing's coming at you. Hold her down right there. Nothing.
And on our Fox Exmo cam,
we were talking about synchronized racing. That's synchronized spinning right there.
Look at Montoya, the car control, locks the brake, waits on it, unlocks the brake to make the turn to pit road, while Biffle is headed for the grass.
Like a snow plow going through there.
Yeah. That nose is tough, though. Look at it. It's eating that grass up, but it's not affecting that nose other than from the wreck. But the part's still there. It's not even moving. We've seen that on a number of occasions.
Kind of a tough day for half of the Roush Fenway camp. The last caution was for his teammate, Matt Kenseth, in the 17.
Let's open pit road once more. It's still too soon to get them to the finish on this pit stop. What's going to happen, Steve?
What's going to happen in the 33 is they're going to change 4 tires, Mike, and this will be the last time they take tires in this race. So that's what the strategy is for Clint Bowyer.
Not everybody stops. Truex, Trevor Bayne, Dale Jr. stay out. So do Logano and Busch and Kurt Busch.
But those are all drivers that was just in on pit road about 5 laps ago, Krista.
That's right, and Murray's so concerned with his teammate. The first thing he said was, Montoya, okay, how's his car? They said, he is fine, come in for your 4 tires. Matt?
4th team for Paul Menard in 4 years. Impressive run today. He just stalled the car, refires and he's away. They didn't pit the previous time, and it was gas only before that, so he should be good to go. Road.
Looks like 13 drivers stayed on track, led by Martin Truex Jr. We had so much fun watching Cars that Cars 2 is going to be released nationwide in June. Spies, intrigue, European racing. Will Daryl Cartrip be back?
I think so. I think he will.
You had a lot of fun doing that. I'm jealous.
It's the most fun you can have.
The Daytona 500 is sponsored by Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Goodyear, more driven. By Disney Pixar's new 3D movie Cars 2 in theaters June 24th. And by AT&T. Rethink possible.
Ready to go green, and the hardest working man in Daytona is that bright green car in the outside lane, Mark Martin. He was in the lap 30 crash, and at one point he was 3 laps down. He's gotten a couple of the free passes. He's back on the lead lap. He's up there in 8th place. It's his 27th try to win the 500. Can he make it?
Yeah, and guess what his motivation is? He's never won it before.
Green flag. 54 laps to go. And still 27 cars on the lead lap.
Boy, Dale Jr., he just forced Trevor Bayne up off the bottom there. He said, I'm coming through, dude. You're going to have to move out my way.
And for a minute, he didn't have a dance partner. And then those two Gibbs cars, Kyle Busch in the 18, Joey Logano in the 20, jumped right down behind him.
But the 21, I mean, he has fallen like a rock because of that. He lost his momentum. He's in the middle back there behind Martin Truex right there.
Plenty of time. And Larry, one more pit stop?
Yeah, whether you stop that time or not, still one more stop.
Say this, do you feel it? Do you feel it? The intensity is starting to really ramp up.
3 wide, about 8 deep. Here they come.
Mike, you just talked about him. Mark Martin in that 5 car pushing Kurt Busch to the lead. He was in that big wreck that we had back on lap 29. And how about Kyle Busch in the 18? He was our first caution back on lap 4, spun out in front of half the field.
Man, there's some nervous cars back in there, Larry. I see a lot of cars shaking around, moving, getting loose, getting in the corner. Woo.
Everybody positioning and trying to find a drafting partner.
Now that's a pair. That would be a good pair right there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. with Regan Smith.
78. Like that little combination.
We've got 2 of the Roush Fenway cars that's left in the race. David Reagan in the 6, Carl Edwards in the 99, starting to line up there on the bottom of the racetrack.
58 lead changes in this Daytona 500, 2 shy of the record, as Dale Earnhardt Jr. brings them across with Regan Smith. Kyle Busch and Joey Logano, teammates.
Regan Smith has been a player ever since we got here. He has been at the front of the pack, sitting in a winning spot a couple of times. Good shape right now. Hooked up to the back of that 88 car, Dale Jr.
His best career finish, Smith's best career finish, 12th 3 times. Now, he was the first to cross the line in 2008 at Talladega, but was judged to have passed below the yellow line, and the win was taken away. Tony Stewart went to victory lane.
You know, a couple of drivers that raced against each other a lot in sprint cars. They're starting to team up there. Casey Kane in the 4, Tony Stewart in the 14.
Over the next, I don't know, 15 laps or so, you'll find out who's got what. These guys been riding around a little bit, maybe saving a little bit, making a charge.
Look at the closing rate. Look how fast the cars pushing each other went past Logano and Busch when they were not pushing each other.
But what I'm seeing, DW, is now people are starting to find different partners than what they work with most of the race.
Yes, sir. It looks that way, Larry, especially these front 2 here. And then there's a Brad Keselowski in there, and he's got Martin Boyer right behind him. And whoa, that's a little edgy getting into turn 3 right there. Mark in the middle in the green car, Mark Martin.
Working with Kurt Busch, the 22. And out front, Earnhardt and Smith continue to try to run away from the field.
I don't think they can get away, but man, they sure do have a big lead. Biggest lead we've seen in quite some time.
Greg Biffle checked and released from the infield care center after bringing out the caution at lap 142.
You know, Mike, you talked about the lead changes. We still have roughly 25% of this race to go.
$19 different leaders, 2 off the record. 58 lead changes, 2 off the record. Let's check back and see how your Pizza Hut fan favorite driver is doing. Well, we don't have to check back, we have to check forward. Dale Earnhardt Jr. out front.
You know, Dale Earnhardt Jr. told the media earlier in the week.
56 and 21 are going to get up beside that 2 and 33. There are 3 behind him with a run, 2 behind him, big run behind him now. They're almost to the 78. Make sure you stay in his bumper there. Side by side, 2 back from him. 56-21 on the outside, 2-33 on the bottom. He's still clear. 56-21 got a big run on the outside. Just make sure they don't pull you apart. Big run coming on the outside from them 2. There's still 2 behind him. 1 behind him. 1 behind him. I'm going to watch him in the corner here. Make sure you guys stay attached. That's what they've been doing to people. 3 behind you, 3 behind him, 3 behind him, side by side back there. Still good job.
Sounds like a horse race.
Well, actually, it sounds more like air traffic control. The calm voice of the spotter giving you all the information. without any of the excitement.
But there you see 93 races since that last win. He told the media, I just know with the right formula, the right chemistry, and communication, which I think you'll have with what was the 24 team last year, he said, I can get back to where I was a few years ago as far as winning races.
Around the outside and to the lead comes Ryan Newman with Denny Hamlin's Toyota pushing Newman's Chevrolet. 47 laps to go in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Super slow-mo. Super slow-mo on the replay. That's pretty cool.
He even watches NASCAR on Fox.
Yeah, on the caution flag, Dale Jr. could look over and see the replay on the big video screen.
I wouldn't be so sure he doesn't have a TV in that car.
He might. Wonder if he has a view of Digger.
Get back in there.
Ryan Newman, Denny Hamlin were out front last time by. Regan Smith, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Martin Truex. Regan Smith now hooked up with Earnhardt Jr.
Get right here for long, boys. I'm telling you.
3 Chevys and a Toyota out front. The 2007 winner, Kevin Harvick, has tweeted that he is back home after falling out of the race with a blown engine. 42nd place. Harvick says, sounds like a wild race.
I don't know what it is. I don't see nothing.
38 car hit the wall.
Kevin, it is a wild race, and into the wall for the 3rd time today. Travis Kvapil, caution waves for the 12th time.
Mike, what this caution does, you got to make sure you get that car full of fuel. This puts you right there where you can get to the end, but just remember, you always have the chance of green, white checkers.
Oh, I'd almost guarantee that.
Probably the first time Kvapil hit the wall did enough damage to cause the second 2 times, and been a tough day for Front Row Motorsports, as it has been for several teams today. Hendrick Motorsports, 3 of their 4 cars taken out early. Richard Childress Racing, 2 engine failures. Roush Racing, 2 cars out in 2 consecutive accidents, and Michael Waltrip Racing, 2 cars out in the same wreck. Jimmy Johnson continues 20 laps down. Jeff Gordon 35 laps off pace, but trying to pile up as many points as possible. Under the new system, each position gained is 1 point. When we get down to crunch time at Richmond to decide which 12 cars get in the chase, that could be pivotal.
Pit road was closed that time, so you know every lap they run now, that will put probably about everybody coming to pit road and put some in the fuel window to make it to the end.
Going to give me any tires, or are you just going to make me finish on these?
You got what you got, partner.
All right.
And that right front torn apart in Travis Kvapil's car.
That is some cool shots, though. Wow.
Huge crowd on hand here for the Daytona 500. Here is Ryan Newman getting ready, as pit road will be open this time. Somewhere up there is Jack Hagee. He's 84 years old, and Daytona Records found that he was the one person to have bought a ticket and attended every Daytona 500. Last April he had a fall. He hadn't been feeling well up in Lexington, North Carolina, but this week the doctors cleared him, and Richard Childress Racing's David Hart got him on one of the team planes to come down here and keep his streak intact.
Aw, that is so cool.
Got his picture made earlier in the day with Richard Petty, the king.
So hats off to Richard Childress and his team. Just another example of how the folks in racing band together and do good things often unnoticed for a lot of folks within and without the sport.
Well, this is a good break for these guys. Get their breath, maybe get a drink, wipe the sweat off your brow, sit up in that seat, tighten them belts up, Larry.
I think that's what they all better do.
Because I think things are getting ready to pick up.
You know, we've all been here a long time coming to this racetrack, but one of our spotters, Larry Dye, this is Larry's 50th Daytona 500. And his 30th on the roof for either CBS or for Fox or whoever's televising the race. Okay, pit road's open, and here they all come, Steve.
Mike, fuel only for Ryan Newman. Crew Chief Tony Gibson said, leave on me, old man. Fuel only for the 39 of Ryan Newman, Krista.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. will arc in a little bit to avoid debris on pit road. We need 5 seconds of fuel, Crew Chief Steve Letarte told him, so let's go ahead and put on right side tires. The lefts are staying on all day. Matt?
Topping off the 22 of Kurt Busch with fuel. He says he just wasn't feeling the mojo, so to speak, as he told Steve Addington, working with Mark Martin. So look for Busch to possibly work with the 78 of Smith this next segment.
And I believe Brad Keselowski missed his pit.
He couldn't get in it.
Yep.
The 21 was in, the 20 was in. He couldn't get into his pit box. 32 car got down here, got turned around in his pit box. This whole thing it's confusing to me because this pit road is wider and better than it's ever been.
Hamlin's coming out. There's Trevor Bayne just squeaking in. Keselowski trying to get to his pit. Can't make the turn.
Couldn't do it.
He locked up the brake to miss Hamlin.
Yeah, when you've got 27 cars on the lead lap and they're only stopping for about 3 or 4 seconds, it makes it hard to get in. Dick Berggren, how about our 20-year-old, though?
Yeah, how about that? Trevor Bayne had his 20th birthday yesterday, and 6 drivers have won their very first NASCAR Sprint Cup race here in the Daytona 500. This kid has run well enough today. He could well win again on his pit stop. It was fuel only. They were really focused on getting the tank full so he could go to the end and not need another pit stop.
Dick, only one driver in history has won his first start in the Daytona 500. Lee Petty won the first Daytona 500, so that had to be his first start in the race.
You had my wheels spinning.
Yeah. Like Jeopardy or something.
40 laps to go in the Great American Race.
The Daytona 500 is sponsored by the new Chevy Silverado HD Motor Trends 2011 Truck of the Year. By Subway. Subway keeps Carl Edwards running all day. Subway, the official training restaurant of Carl Edwards. And by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. 39 laps to go. You're watching a record-setting day in this, the 53rd running of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500 on Fox. We've had 62 lead changes, a dozen cautions, and the swap meet going on. Drivers teaming up and moving around has been affected by a number of things, Jeff Hammond, including heat and cooling cars, and our heat seeker cam points that out very well.
Yeah, it really does, and we got right here a great illustration, the 4 car being pushed by the 20 car of Joey Logano, and as they come through that pack right there, we'll notice real quickly as we stop right here, if you will look on the front of the 4 car, that little orange area indicates it's cooler than what the back car of Joey Logano is, which is all white. So Chris, again, the car out front is a lot cooler than the car in the rear. Anytime you're behind like this, you have no air going through the front grille, you're going to get hotter, and that's where some of the guys have had problems with engines today because of that.
And right now, Ryan Newman, who won the Daytona 500 in 2008 and is out in front. Remember, he said back in 2009 at Talladega, his neck got out of whack, but in the Daytona 500 wreck the following time, he said it went back into place. He's crashed 4 out of the last 5 restrictor plate races, but trying to hang on here. And Denny Hamlin right behind him. And Mike, during the pre-race show, Darrell Waltrip talked about Hamlin needing some mental toughness to try and win a big race like this one.
Well, Chris, he's had a tough week. He's had a couple of crashes and spins, but now all that's on Denny Hamlin's mind is that Harley Earl Trophy to the winner of the 500. 3 Toyotas and a Dodge among 7 Chevrolets in the top 10 as we get ready to restart. 37 laps to go. They have enough fuel, they have enough tires to make it to the finish. Do they have the mental toughness to stand there in victory lane and pick up one of the most coveted prizes in stock car racing?
Hamlin's car has the speed. We know that. And he's in a great position right now. Let's see if he can stay there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. behind Ryan Newman. They both know the way to victory lane in the 500. Green flag. 37 laps to go.
You know, Darrell, you talked about that caution, letting them catch their breath. I've got to believe and get reports there was a lot of deal making going on during those caution laps as well.
Oh, yeah, that was a great time to set something up because you had time to talk about it and think about it. So, yeah, there's people that are saying, will you run with me? Well, I don't know. I haven't run with you all day. But now is when you got to go, I'm telling you.
McMurray up the middle with Mark Martin.
Mark in tow.
That left Regan Smith in the 78 out to dry.
Mark's one of those kind of guys, you don't know what he's got until you come down the end of the race, and then you kind of find out by surprise.
36 laps to go. Let's crank it up. Denny Hamlin out in front with Ryan Newman. And parts of this race are beginning to look more and more like a middle school dance all the time. During the caution, Carl Edwards asked the 18, Kyle Busch, to draft with him. Busch politely declined because Trevor Bayne had asked him first.
It's like a prom dance.
Will you dance with me? No, I can't. I came with him. Sorry. Well, it takes two to tango. We know that.
Now let's take an inside look and listen at what's happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Brought to you by Sprint and HTC Evo 4G. Carl Edwards and Trevor Bayne.
You got me, Trevor.
Oh, trouble.
Yeah, who's this?
Turn
Carl.
3.
Hey, bud.
Into the wall goes Kozlowski.
They were 3 wide getting in there. I was just about that there was going to be trouble in turn 3, and sure enough.
And there's more. Another car involved after
is that Regan
drive
Smith?
out of it, and it's Regan Smith.
I thought it was. Did he hit anything? It looks pretty clean.
I don't think so, Darrell. I think he just got turned around.
Slowed up and got turned around.
So caution is out again. Record number of cautions. This is number 13.
Yeah, they were getting wadded up going into 3 over there, and then there were 3 wide, and oh, look at Brad's car. It's killed. You can see right in here, there's just a big wad of cars, and
Robbie Gordon.
Like Robbie got into the back of Brad. And you know, you just can't say what happened. You don't know if Brad had to lift. You don't know if he was trying to change lanes.
That's what sent Smith to the infield.
He got down there and hit Joey Logano in the 20 that got into the side of Regan Smith in the 78.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty hard lick on that 20 too, Larry. Robbie gets a little contact.
Oh, Tony, big miss right there.
Great job there.
Look at Montoya
once again, just slips by. Then
as he comes down the track,
when he comes down the hill, this is when
trouble.
he's going to get into the side of the 20 car. Right there.
Look at Stephen Wallace in that 77. What a job.
He missed one.
What a job by him, though.
Yay!
Right here in front. Stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low. Just check up, stay low. Get on the apron, on the apron.
Ah, that sounded pretty hard.
Tony Stewart had a split second. Not even time to decide, just time to react, and he missed it. Digger didn't. We're under caution in Daytona. Let's go back to the last caution period where Sprint and HTC Evo 4G listened in on Carl Edwards and Trevor Bayne.
You got me, Trevor? Yeah, who's this? Carl.
Hey, bud.
You want me to push you?
Better as a pusher. I'd rather just get lined up. This thing is so fast it leaves everybody that's behind me. But if you want to, we can do it, and then either way, man.
No, that's fine. Push that 6 then. I'll figure something else out.
I like that.
Make sure to log on to sprint.com/speed next week, starting on race day, just after midnight Eastern Time, to vote for which driver you'd like to go in car with during the race. Fuel your inner NASCAR fan with live in-car audio and real-time stats available on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile and the new HTC Evo 4G, only from Sprint at sprint.com/speed.
I told you Trevor Bayne was a really nice kid. That was a very polite decline right there.
Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Everything we've learned making tires for one of racing's most grueling proving grounds inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven, providing today's aerial coverage as you look at this huge crowd at Daytona, wondering what will happen 30 laps from now as we go back to green. None of the first 16 drivers stopped under this caution flag. Newman, Reagan, Bayne, Hamlin, Earnhardt, the front 5, and here comes Junior.
Boy.
And he did that without a push.
Without any help. Man, did he shoot the gap.
Woo. Boy, that's a show of strength. Maybe he is the Pied Piper once again.
Take the lead, though. It's kind of like the NFL. Not for long.
Boy, he backed up a bunch getting off into turn 3 and got back to the rear bumper. Jamie McMurray, look at him though, 3 and 4 wide coming into the tri-oval.
Now there was a big scrum going into 3. Boyer wisely backed out of it, and now they freight train Junior on both sides.
The middle worked getting up to speed, but not so hot once they get going.
Oh, Kyle Busch.
He hangs on to it.
Oh my gosh. He was a goner, man.
Daryl, it's almost like it's hard to push Kyle Busch in the 18. I don't know if he just keeps moving the steering wheel or what.
I just don't think his car's handling all that great.
Look at the back bumper, and remember what he said. All that bear bond, when somebody gets against that bumper, it doesn't slide across it, it sticks, and it sends him sideways.
That's exactly what's going on, Mike. There's just there's something wrong with his car when it comes to somebody pushing him, and that could very well be it.
Joey Logano heads to pit road. We look forward to the Subway Fresh Fit 500 next Sunday on Fox. A whole different kind of racing on the 1 mile in the desert. Tony Stewart at 4th place behind Menard.
It's about ready to jump out. That's in for just save a little fuel and cool your heart rate down a little bit. Take a drink of water.
Tony Stewart's a tough guy. We know that. And when Tony Stewart says that he is white knuckling it around here and his heart's about to jump out, that just tells you how scary and how brave these guys are to be able to do what they're doing.
Tony Stewart now has 12 wins in speed weeks, counting yesterday's 300 miler. He has won everything but the Daytona 500. Got 27 laps to change that. And here comes everybody's best friend, Regan Smith, once again.
Yeah, poor
hooked
Regan.
up with Kurt Busch.
He was just spun out down here just a few minutes ago, and here he is fighting his way back. That car is bad fast.
You heard the strategy, though, before we went back racing. David Reagan in the 6 car hooked up with teammate Trevor Bayne in the 21.
Kyle Busch trying to give Clint Boyer an assist.
But look at Kyle's car, even following somebody. It's kind of moving all over the place. Look at his hands in there. I mean, that is anybody else would get it. Look at that. He let go of the steering wheel to catch it.
Kept him from wrecking.
But Mike, I think to follow up, it's like, you know, everyone else's rear bumper is pretty solid. I think with all the damage there, his just moves a lot and it gets him squirrely.
And that stuff on the back bumper is like Velcro when Clint Boyer got up against him. You see how much of it rubbed off on Boyer's bumper. Not good.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88, he has found a new friend, Dave Blaney, in that 36 car, sitting up there inside the top 10. In fact, we're riding with Dale Earnhardt Jr. now in the 88.
Blaney's about to cost his sponsor a lot of money. You saw that on the taillight panel. If he finishes top 10, the kids eat free. He's up to 7th. And we've got a new leader, David Reagan. Second-generation driver from Unadilla, Georgia, is out in front with Trevor Bayne pushing. Here come Busch and Smith again.
It's like David Reagan and Trevor Bayne have decided they can go pretty good here. It's good logistics for the 6 car.
I think any driver can go fast with Trevor Bayne pushing him the way it's panned out down
Well, you heard him tell Carl that.
And the 36 Blaney, the slowest speed car to make it into the 500. And he's got Dale Earnhardt Jr. as his wingman.
Boy, you can just see these guys, even when the car's not driving good, handling good, they're going to stay in there no matter what, because you can't back off now.
Not now.
Less than 25 to go.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Busch has found his calling. It's to be the pusher, this time for Clint Bowyer.
Look at Ryan Newman in that 39 car. He's going to run out of real estate getting pushed by Hamlin in the 11.
Now, that was good communication because 11 could have wrecked him right there, but they worked together very well.
Junior looking for a new partner, or does he just make the switch there with Blaney and move up front?
56.
Truex and Tony Stewart almost got spun.
You're going to have to start slowing down at the end. Start slowing down at the end.
Now Truex will not be penalized because he arrests his speed coming down pit road. NASCAR will not penalize him for taking that evasive action.
He had that same experience in practice with Dale Jr. They spun off of that corner and wasn't so lucky.
Watch the right side of your screen, and the Napa car just gets turned off the bumper of Labonte.
Thought he had it saved and was going to be able to get back up in the track, but he was afraid to try it.
He'll be a straightaway or more behind, but he's still on the lead lap.
But yeah, he'll be losing probably about 15 to 20 miles per hour per lap to that pack up there.
Clint Bowyer and Kyle Busch, a Chevy and a Toyota, lead the Daytona 500. Inside 20 laps to go. And still a tight pack at the front of the field. 8 cars battling for the win in the Daytona 500. Ryan Newman holding back, the 11 of Denny Hamlin pushing. Here comes David Reagan and Trevor Bayne in the 21. And on the outside, Clint Bowyer and Kyle Busch.
Yeah, don't. Four car in the wall. Caution out.
Turn 4. Caution's out.
Casey Kane into the wall, and we're told that the defending champion of the 500, Jamie McMurray, is down a cylinder.
Yeah, he went by here sounding really, really bad, really ragged.
Watch the number 4 of Casey Kane. It's like Carl Edwards knew something was wrong. He got off Kane, and Kane went up and into the wall.
Looked like Kane had a tire go down. He just kind of eased up the hill there and smacked the wall. Yep, right front.
Edwards also coming to pit lane before the pits are open. Larry, nobody needs fuel or tires, but with the possibility of multiple green-white checkers, if you're in the back half of the lead lap, do you want to top off?
Mike, we've had so many cautions since most of those guys pitted with 40 to go. And remember, cautions to green is about a 2-to-1 ratio. I think they've saved more than enough fuel, even if we have a couple of attempts.
And I know you won't believe this, but this is one time when new tires will slow you down. The longer you run these tires, they wear down a little bit, just the faster they go. They don't lose any grip, and they just keep getting faster.
18 laps to go as we work the record 14th caution of the Daytona 500. Every Sprint Cup race this week has had record lead changes, from the Budweiser Shootout to the Gatorade Duel to the 500. 69 lead changes today. Everybody take a deep breath. We're going to take one break and then bring you commercial free to the checkered flag in the Daytona 500 on Fox. Fox Fantasy Auto Racing's back at foxsports.com. Pick 5 racing stars to compete each week of the season. Compete in groups with friends or other racing fans. Are you up for the challenge? Go to foxsports.com/fantasy. Now, Carl Edwards backed off of the 4 of Casey Kane. Perhaps he had that flat going down in turn number 3.
Yeah, he was slow in that corner, and then the 4 just happened to wreck right in front of him. But I think I see why now.
No, we're told that Carl ran over the brake rotor that came off Casey Kane's car. And that's how he got that flat.
I think you see it right there on our Fox Heat Seeker. You can see the flat here, all nice and hot, and then the wheel was hot. That's a flat.
I see the lights out on the pace car there with 16 laps to go. We're going to settle this with 24 cars on the lead lap. Edwards the last of those. Ryan Newman at the front chooses the outside lane. Denny Hamlin is second. David Reagan in the 6. Trevor Bayne, the rookie, in the 21, trying to give the Wood brothers their first top 10 finish since August of 2008 at Watkins Glen.
You might want to tape that TV to the table here, folks, because it's getting ready to get a little bit wild and crazy.
Worthy of note, A.J. Allmendinger and Richard Petty's 43, 13th, and on the lead lap, Dave Blaney, 12th. Stephen Wallace, 16th in his first 500. David Gilliland for front row is 17th. They're all on the lead lap. They're all trying to win the 500, and green flag with 15 to go.
It's all about timing now. Got to time it where you're out front, coming to get the white, coming to get the checker. What I mean by that is you want to find a tango, you want to find a partner, you got to lay back, and make that big speed on the last lap, go by everybody and win the sucker.
Newman with the 11 of Hamlin, last year's series runner-up. And here's Newman's boss, Tony Stewart, co-owner of Stewart Haas Racing with Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88.
That's 2 drivers that have been dance partners for a long time, a number of years, Stewart and Earnhardt Jr.
I think there's magic right there in Stewart and Earnhardt if they got the speed.
Kurt Busch with Regan Smith. They have worked together so well all through the speed weeks. We have a little bit of Kurt Busch audio for you.
So 78, we'll follow each other up through this pack. It's time to stick together. That's all we got. Benford just had that conversation with him. He wants to be the pusher. Wants you to lead the way up through there. I need to push at some point, to maintain the pace to get us up in there, cool him down, and then he can push again. Okay, 10-4.
Remember in 07, Kurt Busch pushed his then teammate Ryan Newman to win the 500.
Well, remember here in the 150s, the 78 pushed to 22 across the finish line to win his 150. So, yeah, these guys know how to work together, and they got fast cars.
3 times Busch has been the runner-up in the 500.
And Kurt Busch can become the first driver in the history of this speedway to win the Budweiser Shootout, the Gatorade Duel, and the 500 in the same speed weeks.
Stephen Wallace has had a great race up till now. He's on pit road with 13 to go.
Looks like it could be right front. It's I think he's got a right front tire cut down, looks like.
Newman Hamlin. Chevy Toyota. And on the outside, Boyer Busch Chevy Toyota. 2 Fords, the 6 and the 21 for Reagan and Bayne. What will be the winning combination 13 laps from now?
And they're wondering the same thing. They don't really know for sure right now. You know what you want to do. You know what you'd like to do, but things can change so quickly. You got to be willing to make a change and go with the best shot.
And on the inside, here comes Stewart and Earnhardt, 2 Chevrolets. The 14 and the 88.
Listen to that engine. That thing is singing at 9,000 RPM around here at 200+ miles an hour.
Darrell, it looks like what right now, Ryan Newman in the 39, Hamlin in 11, coming 11 to go. That yellow line, they're not going to move off of it. They're going to stay right at the bottom of this racetrack.
And all 3 of our Pizza Hut picks are up there in the top half dozen.
And we've seen it, and I've heard it from everybody that's been leading on the last lap coming to the checkered. I felt like a sitting duck. The question is, can you get that duck lined up?
Last Saturday, a week ago Saturday night, Ryan Newman was in that position in the Budweiser Shootout. He was out front. He did not win it. Hamlin went under him, but below the yellow line. Kurt Busch went around the outside and got the win.
I think what's going to affect the outcome of this race is going to be who can stay behind who the longest. Do they have to step out? Like you see Dale Jr. right there. He's trying to get some air to the radiator. You're probably going to burn it down right here. If it starts blowing water out, you're just going to have to let it blow water out. This is for all the marbles right here.
I'd say with 10 to go, just block that water temperature gauge
Don't even
out.
look. Forget the gauges. Run it till it blows.
A record-setting Daytona 500 in a number of categories. And I don't think we've seen the last lead change. 69 so far. 9 times the 500 has been decided by a last lap pass.
And you know, normally a driver would be saying, leave me alone. Don't talk to me anymore. I got to concentrate. You can't do that here today. That spotter has got to stay in your ear.
Clint Boyer in 33, Kyle Busch in 18. They keep trying to look to the outside. They keep testing the waters out there.
Now with 10 laps to go, look at the red car, Stewart. Have he and Earnhardt drifted back, or are the front 4 moving away from them?
Well, I think they're trying to figure out the timing. That's what I was saying about having a head of steam coming to get the checkered flag. If you can time it right, blow by those guys, you got a chance of winning this thing.
2 in front of him. 2 back from you, no pressure in front of him. 2 back from you, lane higher. 2 back from you, lane higher. 5 in front of him.
14 and 88 spotters.
I think the element of surprise, you know, that where did they come from? And I think that's what the spotters are really going to have to be watching here and telling their drivers.
Lap car, Jamie McMurray, 7 cylinders for McMurray, continuing to log laps. 8 laps to go.
Plus, one thing we haven't seen, very little blocking. But at the end of this race, to win the Daytona 500, you're probably going to see some blocking.
You better believe it.
8 cars packed together once again.
These guys right now are trying to set everything up. They're thinking about where do I want to go and what do I want to do. And
we listen to Denny Hamlin.
Get the 18, just push. Don't pass. Yeah, I'm screaming at them to stay in line.
Hamlin lost touch with Newman there for a bit, and look how quickly the outside column moved when that happened. Boyer and Busch to the front.
And look at Smith in the 78, Kurt Busch in the 22. A lap ago, they had almost lost touch with that top 8. They're on the high side.
That's because they were making the exchange, which put Smith in front of Busch, the 78-22. And now Stewart and Earnhardt have fallen back to 7th and 8th.
I think it's going to really come down to, are these things going to start blowing water out of them? Because they're going to get hot if you don't make the exchange.
Now it's a 10-car jam session, Matt.
Mike, Kurt Busch, he back-timed how many laps were left 3 laps ago. He told his spotter, Chris Osborne, we've got to make the exchange now. And then you saw them fade to the back, now working their way back to the front.
Oh, Stewart and Busch made a little contact there as Stewart and Earnhardt had a head of steam and almost ran out of racetrack.
And that cost him a little bit of ground because he had to jump out of the throttle, Tony Stewart did.
It really hurt.
Here comes everybody.
But how about these 2 new players there? Bobby Labonte in the 47, Robbie Gordon in the 7. They're in the middle of this pack.
This is anybody's race right at this point.
And now there are 12. 6 pairs of cars, one of whom in 5.5 laps is going to win the Daytona 500.
Here comes Trevor Bayne. He and David Reagan are hooked up coming around the bottom. I like the bottom.
And Darrell, I don't see how they can do any more swapping. You better stay where you're at till you get to turn 4 coming to the checker.
Yep.
Catching that group, David Reagan and Trevor Bayne just laid down the fastest lap of this Daytona 500. 44.66 seconds.
Yeah, the sun's gone down a little bit. It's cooled off a little bit. This is absolutely max speed now, and nobody's holding back now.
And here they come again. Bayne in the 21, Reagan in the 6.
look at the run. That 11 and that 39. Hamlin and Newman are getting on the high side, and that's where Reagan in the 6 and Bain in the 21 goes to the high
Trevor
side.
Bain has such a good sense about where the guy in front of him is going to go. What a great pusher he is. 3 wide right here at the line. Can they make it?
4 laps to go.
The 33 of Boyer, the 18 of Kyle Busch, they're blocked. They can't go anywhere right now because they're 3 wide in front of them.
6 times a driver has scored his first sprint. Oh! Smith gets turned in front of Boyer and Newman and Hamlin.
Keep coming. Caution's out now. Wave them off.
That's because Smith got a little bit of a gap between he and Busch, and Busch slammed into him.
You could see that starting to happen.
Yeah, that was. That's when they went in turn 1. I said, can they make it?
And Ryan Newman's attempt to win his second Daytona 500 may be thwarted right here. Regan Smith's car looks remarkably intact.
The right side's really in bad shape.
And here it is from the blimp. Watch the bottom of your screen, 78.22.
Watch this gap that the 78 gets off the corner here now. Now, Kurt Busch says he's getting a push from Tony. He slams into, he didn't get hooked up smooth. He slammed into the back of the 78, and that just turned him into the outside wall.
Dave Blaney scoots through.
Hamlin was on the brakes, locking up. He's going to have to come to pit road because he's got flat spotted tires. But that was just from getting a little bit of a gap. And then Tony Stewart got behind Kurt Busch and just pushed him up, and he slammed into the back of Regan Smith in the 78 and turned him in the outside wall.
Left front damage on Hamlin. The nose gone on Boyer's car. Left front damage to Newman. Right side damage to Smith. There you see it.
It was almost guaranteed, Larry. I didn't see how they could keep pushing it like that, the way they were. 3 wide this late in the day.
That's the 2 cars that's led to most laps in this Daytona 500, Ryan Newman and Clint Boyer.
And Regan Smith, what a wonderful day he had had up to
Wonderful week.
Great. Do you see right there, that was just too hard of a hit. Even though it's on the straightaway, these cars are harder to control down the straightaway than they are in the corner with the banking.
Newman and Boyer have made pit stops, and they are able to continue. Now Hamlin has a flat tire. He will pit this time.
Yeah, he flat spotted his tires trying to miss this deal going down the back. Bam.
Regan Smith turned in front of Boyer and Newman. Nowhere to go.
Kyle Busch got some damage as well, left front fender.
Let's ride through this with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
One in front of him, half. He's to him. Hey, come on low.
Great job, man. Great.
And there's what happened to Denny Hamlin's left front. And the pace car picks up the Roush Fenway Ford of David Reagan and the Wood Brothers Ford of Trevor Bain.
My gosh.
And then right behind them, the Busch boys, Kyle and Kurt Busch, running 3rd and 4th right now.
Then Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Bobby Labonte, Robbie Gordon, Mark Martin, and David Gilliland are your top 10.
Can Trevor Bain win this race, Larry? Mike?
I wouldn't rule him out.
He's been awfully good down here this week. Look at that thing, not a scratch on it.
He was drafting in practice yesterday with Joey Logano, car number 20, and we were joking their combined ages didn't add up to their combined car numbers. It is only his 2nd Sprint Cup Series start, and he might be in it to win it. Matt?
Mike, a few moments ago, Kurt Busch clicked over to his brother Kyle Busch's channel. He said, hey, 18, it's 22. Do you guys want to try to work together? And Kyle said, oh, ain't that a shame? He says, absolutely. Heck yeah, we'll work together. He says, all right, when it's all over, I'll buy you some ice cream. Krista?
Talk about what a shame, Matt. Dale Jr. just came on the radio and said, it feels like it's going down, referring to his left rear tire. Steve Letarte, his crew chief, throws his hand down up on top of the pit box. You can sense the disappointment. You can actually feel it. You're wearing it like a blanket on your shoulders in this pit box because they were smelling and tasting victory. Dale Jr. has said he carries the weight of letting his team down last year on his shoulders. He said he didn't want to do it to Steve Letarte and this group. They're coming in to see if indeed it was going flat. Dale Jr. said it was the left rear. The team is looking at it, they're pointing, and yes, indeed, it was flat.
Thanks, Krista. He'll have a shot at it. We're going to complete 200 laps this time around. That is the scheduled distance. But NASCAR rules provide for up to 3 attempts at a green, white checker finish. 2 overtime laps, if you will, to try to finish the Daytona 500 under green.
You know what he can go away from here with? I was competitive. I had a chance to win the Daytona 500.
I wouldn't rule him out just yet.
Chris?
Well, it's Reagan, Trevor Bayne, a pair of Fords, the Busch brothers, Jeff Hammond. What do you expect?
Right now, I think we're going to see David Reagan try to continue to work with Trevor Bayne. Trevor Bayne, I think, is a guy who can push somebody to victory lane. But the important part right now is whether or not Tony Stewart, how he gets partnered up, he could be the guy that could upset this whole apple cart right quick.
As good as Bayne has been, the 20-year-old, the restarts have given him a bit of a problem. Mike, he's so young. He said he shaves now once a week. His favorite show, Rugrats. Can he celebrate the Daytona 500? We'll find out.
We'll find out soon. David Reagan is leading the race. Jack Roush, his car owner, has only won the 500 once, and that was with Matt Kenseth. The Wood brothers, for Trevor Bayne, have won it 4 times. Tiny London 63, Cale Yarborough, A.J. Foyt, and David Pearson in that great last lap crashing, sliding finish with Richard Petty. Trevor Bayne.
You got me, Trevor.
The switchback, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest key here is going to be getting hooked up as, you know, whenever you can. I mean, because, I mean, they're going to have a run. You know, you only got to get back around. Just as quick as y'all can hook up, the better you're going to be.
Yeah, we've been talking over there. I think we got her figured out. You know, if nothing else is really cool, and we'll get as many spots as we can if something bad happens. But either way here, man, this is awesome. Thank you, guys.
Trevor Bayne does not have a deal to run the full season. He's going to run the part season for the Wood brothers. In fact, he checked off on his license application that he wants his points to go in the undercard, the AAA series that runs here on Saturday, because he doesn't have a full season ride to run for Rookie of the Year in the Cup Series. Well, today could change everything. Now we're going to go green, white checker. What does Kyle Busch think about that?
I told you all through Speed Weeks. I said it don't matter how long you can push, because it's going to be a green, white checker. There it is.
He's not the first one.
It's still ain't done getting crazy.
I'm not sure it's done getting crazy.
No.
And that car is a mess.
And that's not the first guy that I heard say that either, that it was going to be a green, white checker.
Well, we're about to find out if is blood thicker than water, because Kurt and Kyle Busch will have a chance to team up when we get this restart. Remember, we go double file for the restart, and we'll have up to 3 attempts at this green flag, then the white flag, then the checkered flag. But if they take the white flag under green, the next flag they'll see ends the race.
Yeah, we already saw it's going to get wild. You know, I mean, we're not talking about some short track somewhere. We're talking about the Daytona 500. And you got 2 kids up here right now. I would pick either one of them. One of those kids might just win this race.
And to be quite honest, this has fallen right into the norm, because we always have surprises during the Daytona 500. Earlier in the week, they were talking about, will David Reagan even be able to stay with Roush Fenway past this year? And until DW talked to Trevor Bayne on the pace laps, they didn't even know who Trevor Bayne even was.
David Reagan has never won a Sprint Cup race. Trevor Bayne has only raced in 1 Sprint Cup race. And now they're in position, maybe, to win this Daytona 500. We listened in on David Reagan.
If you see me jump the first inch, you see me, give me a split second, then you go, and I'll have the momentum, and we'll be fine.
Well, now that's all fine for the restart, Darrell. But the car in front, is that going to be an advantage or a disadvantage when they come around?
I've seen this. This has worked really well for other guys. If these 2 young kids can pull it off, just hesitate a little, like he said, for Trevor. let me get in front of you, then we're on our way. But they got to time it. It's got to be perfectly timed.
Krista?
Are the Daytona Gremlins out? Kyle Busch just said his right front tire feels soft. When he came by on this caution lap, the crew said it looks good from here.
I don't know about his right front tire, but his left front fender is messed up. I know that.
Bobby Labonte is up there among the KG veterans. He is 6th. They'll wave green. The next lap we'll see the white, and then hopefully the checkered flag to finish the Daytona 500. Last year we took 2 tries at the green-white checker, going a total of 8 extra laps to finish off the 500.
When I look up here and there's Kurt Busch, I mean, he's sitting there in 3rd trying to go for all 3, have a trifecta, but the guy that's the best in this situation is running 4th in that 14 car. Watch him.
Youngest winner of the 500 ever, Jeff Gordon, at age 25, older than either David Reagan or Trevor Bayne right now.
Pretty exciting right here, gang.
Going for green-white checker. There are the speeds of the leaders as they come down behind the pace car, perhaps for the final time. 2 laps to glory. Green flag.
Perfect. Good hesitation. Now if they can get hooked up and push.
And Tony timed it a little better, but can Bobby Labonte get up there to help Tony Stewart, or is he a man alone?
He's in no man's land. I just don't know if he can hang out there.
But look at the 2 Busch brothers, Kurt Busch in the 22 and Kyle Busch in the 18, working the high side.
I'm hearing they're going, oh, we got a car around. Got a car around right
Bobby
there.
Gordon saves it.
But the 6 is being black flagged, passing before the start-finish line.
And a car on the wall.
Newman again.
Ryan Newman hits the wall.
Junior.
Truex and Junior.
Oh, no, and here's Truex.
Caution is out.
Dadgum.
Caution is out there, yeah.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., Martin Truex tied up in that one with Ryan Newman. And the caution is out with 2 to go.
Mike,
and here is...
Yeah, let's look at this restart because this is crucial.
Watch the 6 of David Reagan. He is the leader right there on the outside. He must maintain lane position to the start-finish line for this to be a legal start. When he changes lanes, he has violated NASCAR procedure, and he'll get a black flag.
They timed it perfectly. They just went too soon.
Yes.
They just needed to wait a few more seconds. And then back in here, it just gets wadded up.
Tony Stewart was just a sitting duck right there with no help.
He gets in right here, which is good. But here comes Robbie Gordon with a head of steam. And Tony had filled the hole that Robbie was going to try to go in. Robbie almost saves it, saves it, saves it.
So Gordon's down and off the racetrack. What happens behind them? A.J. Allmendinger got into Ryan Newman, who got into the wall, who collected Truex, came across, and Junior spun.
Yeah, it's like some drivers were checking up, some were not.
No pressure there anywhere you want to go. Spinning up there, go high, go high. Watch that 7. Oh, he's coming, come back, come on, come on, come on, come on. No caution, come on. Slow, come on, come on, come on. There you go. Hold the brake, hold the brake. We're in it, guys.
Looked like not Allmendinger, but someone to Newman's right.
Yeah,
tipped him.
Newman definitely bounced off the wall and got Junior as he was trying to go by. And I think what happened here is they saw the 7 coming back up on the racetrack, and they were trying to make room, and there wasn't any room. And then Junior just got out there, got turned.
Now Kyle Busch has come to pit road. So has Clint Boyer, and so has Ryan Newman, with a lot of damage to Newman's car.
Now, David Reagan in the 6, there you see his crew chief, Drew Blickensderfer. He was ignoring the black flag, and the last time by, they gave him the black flag with the white cross, which means you can keep going, but we're not going to score you, but we're hearing he will come to pit road this time.
They usually give you 3 laps, and I mean, they don't have to even do that these days. That was back in the day when we couldn't communicate, but they usually give you 3 laps to respond.
It is the leader's responsibility to bring the field down at speed and start the race on the flag, the signal from the starter. But NASCAR rules, you must maintain lane position until you cross the start finish line, and Reagan simply changed lanes too soon. Now, Robbie Gordon figured in this because, watch the orange car, bottom of the screen. He got up against Stewart after a little push from Gilliland. Makes a nice save down here. And then tries to come back up on track.
But the car control, Robbie Gordon in that 7 had down on the apron through turn 2, unbelievable.
Yeah, Regan Smith was trying to move over a little bit to give Robbie room to get back on the racetrack, and when he did, he got into Ryan.
Robbie comes up. Everybody moves a little. Wow, hard hit for Ryan Newman and for Dale Jr.
Yeah, there's no safer barrier down that back straightaway. Starts right there where Junior just hit, so pretty tough lick.
And a big thank you to all of our NASCAR on Fox cameramen and replay technicians. They've had a busy day today with 16 caution flags. Now, David Reagan not happy about the call, but pretty cut and dried, Darrell.
No, yeah, it's not even an interpretation.
Tony was outside of you. You'll be all right.
That's just so sad for that kid.
But you're going to blend back out wherever you come out. Just don't speed on pit road. Do not.
And Trevor Bayne becomes the leader of the Daytona 500. Possibly could become the youngest driver ever to win it, and only the 2nd driver to ever win in his 2nd Sprint Cup Series start, something Jamie McMurray did at Charlotte.
Well, a lot of these guys up here have never won the Daytona 500. That 14's got his best friend right now is that 5 car.
Dick Berggren.
Trevor Bayne is being told to save fuel. They are on the edge with fuel. I've talked to Mike Smith, the gas man, who has been with the Wood brothers for 21 years. He said he got all the fuel in the car, but it may not be enough to get Trevor Bayne to the checkered flag.
You know, when we were talking earlier, the last time they pitted, could they make it the rest of the way? And we said, you know, yeah, they can. And there was a caution. You said, oh, they're plenty safe now. But we're going into 5 laps here now, 6 laps.
This will be our 2nd attempt to go green, then white, then checker.
Got to make it around and take the white flag. Once the white flag waves, if anything happens, it's a race.
Tell you what, that's a lot of experience up there around Trevor Bayne right now.
Well, there's 2 guys right there on that outside line. I know Mark Martin. I don't know how many more Daytona 500 opportunities he's got left, but Tony Stewart's never won the 500. Mark's never won the 500. Of course, we know Trevor Bayne, he could win his first 500 in his first 500 attempt.
Cars up. Ready.
Tony Stewart's won the pole for the Indy 500. He's won the IRL championship, twice the Sprint Cup championship. He's won everything at Daytona.
47 with you. Still with you. Still with you. Bottom.
And coming through the middle, Kurt Busch. Now down to the inside.
Bobby Labonte in that 47 gave Trevor Bayne a heck of a push. Now all they can do is try to hug the bottom of the racetrack and protect.
I like what I tell you, that 22 though is coming in with a head of steam, and Juan Pablo right on him. Looked like Tony and Mark might have I don't know if they got enough time to get back up there or not. I don't think they do.
Dale Jr. checked and released at the infield care center. They'll face the white flag when they come around to decide the 53rd Daytona 500. Rookie Trevor Bayne in his 2nd Sprint Cup start will lead them to a white flag with Bobby Labonte. Here comes Kurt Busch and Juan Montoya. Carl Edwards in 5th.
And we know Kurt Busch and Montoya is going to make a move. DW, when will they make it?
I don't think they're going to make it till turn 4. I mean, we keep hearing about I'm a set and duck when I'm leading this thing. So I guess that makes the 21 a set and duck right now. But We'll see here. That 22 knows how to win from that position. That's where he won the Bud Shootout from.
Edwards and Gilliland down to the inside, trying to.
Where did that 34 come from?
Trying to spoil the party.
Oh
and
my
they
gosh.
spoiled the party for Kurt Busch and Montoya in here. They come through turn 4.
Gilliland, former pole sitter of the 500. Edwards has room underneath. Now he pushes Trevor Bayne.
It's over.
Cinderella
Trevor Bayne is going to win the Daytona 500.
Unbelievable.
Happy birthday, Trevor Bayne, 20 years old.
Are you kidding me? What? That was awesome. That was awesome, Trevor. You are the man, buddy. You are the man. Everybody coming inside, congratulating you here. Awesome job.
Saw Leonard Wood down on pit road where he stood in 76 when Pearson won it. There's Leonard, who with Glenn and Delano, they're the Wood brothers. Oh my goodness. First win in 10 years for what is now a part-time team out of Stewart, Virginia and Concord, North Carolina. The Wood brothers return to victory lane at Daytona with 20-year-old Trevor Bayne.
That is a life-changing experience right there, buddy, even at 20 years old.
And what a great representative for our sport. 20-year-old kid, well-spoken. Donnie Wingo. I love Donnie Wingo. He's one of those old school guys.
Right here, bud. This is all you right here. This is all you. Are you kidding me? This is all you. Do yourself. Do your thing right here. I mean, you know, if you want to go out in the grass, you can do that too.
Hey, Mike, he's saying, I think this is how you do it.
And he stops for the flag. That start finish. No. Remember, he got tied up in a crash on Thursday. They had to do a lot of work to keep this car in the 500 and not go to a backup. The red, the white, the gold numbers look just like the Mercury that Pearson drove into victory lane after finishing the race in the grass in 1976 after a collision with Richard Petty in turn 4.
Look at this celebration. This is unbelievable. This is fairy tale stuff. This is like once upon a time.
The glass slipper fit.
It did, man. It did.
Watch the spoiler, watch the spoiler.
Watch the spoiler. Yeah, right.
Oh, my word. Can you believe it? Oh, yeah.
It is the 5th Daytona 500 win and the 98th career win for the Wood brothers, as Trevor Bayne becomes the 2nd youngest race winner in Sprint Cup Series history.
Good job, man.
Huh?
Now they'll point him to victory lane. Oh, by the way, Carl Edwards finished 2nd, David Gilliland 3rd, Bobby Labonte 4th, and Kurt Busch rounded out the top 5. Trevor Bayne becomes the 35th different driver to win the Daytona 500.
Promotional considerations provided by
I don't even know where to go.
Daytona 500 winner Trevor Bayne at age 20 in his 2nd race ever at the Cup level, and he'll find his way to victory lane as we welcome you live on Fox to the Sprint post-race show from the Daytona 500. His hero Jeff Gordon, and on a record-setting day at the Daytona 500, Trevor the hero. Let's go down live to victory lane.
into a race car has dreamt of this moment. But what happens when you're a kid yourself, just 20 years old yesterday? Travis, I'm going to say some words to you. You're a Daytona 500 winner. Has it sunk in?
No, I keep thinking I'm dreaming. I really do. I mean, man, we said a prayer before, and, you know, we pray a lot and we expect a lot of things, but this just shows how powerful God is. And, man, I'm so thankful for the job that these guys did on this race car because it's unbelievable. I mean, this thing is our first 500. Are you kidding me? To win our first one, our second ever Cup race, I mean, this is just incredible. I mean, I can't thank the guys that worked with me all day enough. I mean, you know, there were 10, 15 different drivers that pushed us. Carl helped us there to get across the line. I don't know what happened with David there at that one point, but wow, this is unbelievable. I mean, these guys, Ford Motorcraft, the Wood Brothers. How cool is it to see the Wood Brothers back there in victory lane? We got Leonard over here. He is the man. And, you know, it's unbelievable. And, you know, thanks to Sprint and everybody for the series. Thanks to the fans that are out here. I mean, I've never been to a racetrack with this many people here, and to win on this kind of platform is just incredible.
Trevor, we heard you say, I don't even know where to go. When you pulled in, we all had to tell you, no, wait, stay in the car. And then we had to tell you to put it in gear so you didn't roll right out.
You know what? It's crazy to get my first Cup win before a nationwide win, but I didn't know how to get to victory lane. But we'll find our way back, hopefully, because this is, man, I'm telling you what, this is incredible.
And I believe the King is here as well to congratulate you, as is the Wood Brothers. An absolutely emotional win. Most 20-year-olds are trying to figure out which college class to go to. Trevor Bayne just added his name to the most elite list in motorsports history. Steve?
Well, Krista, with Dale Earnhardt Jr., I just said, hey, you had a fast race car. He said, what about the driver? All right, we'll give the driver some credit. I know it's not the finish that you wanted, but are you encouraged by how well you ran? I figured we'd run good. I was real happy how fast we got up through there at the start of the race. I want to congratulate the Wood Brothers and the whole team there. They did an awesome job. Had a good car all weekend, and that boy drove his heart out, and I'm proud of them. But we run good and had as much fun as we could under circumstances there. It's kind of crazy at the end. That restart where I wrecked, that was some funny stuff on the bottom down there. But we just got hit in the quarter panel trying to get by a wreck, and we may have caused a few today. I don't know. It was wild, but I want to thank all my guys on my team. Worked hard. Hendrick Engines and the body man and everybody worked real hard to get us down here and make us run as good as we did. And just shame we couldn't get a good finish for them. We'll see you at Phoenix, Junior. Matt Yoakum.
Steve Carl Edwards listened in on Trevor Bayne's celebration and excitement in victory lane. You remember your first win. You almost got your first 500 win today. What happened on that last line?
I need to see a replay, but I just have to say thank you to Aflac, thank you to Scott's, Ford. That's Ford's 600th win. And Trevor Bayne, you guys, is a good guy. He is a cool guy. And it's not worth it listening to him, how excited he is, but it sure is neat to hear him, how excited he is. And the fans are great here. I need to see a replay. I thought that maybe Gilliland and I had enough steam that we could go to the outside of Trevor and get him, but I didn't. Trevor's car was fast, and that's a wild Daytona 500, guys.
Great way to start the year for Carl Edwards, second here in Daytona. Dick?
David Reagan almost won the Daytona 500. Tell us about the heartbreak.
It'll take us a long time to get over this one, Dick. First of all, thank you to UPS and everyone for our support for the 2011 season. But, we fired in the box, and I guess NASCAR just, in their judgment, moved down to the bottom lane too early. I felt like that I hadn't committed the whole way, as I see it on the replay here. It's pretty clear I'm down there, but my left side tires aren't on the yellow line. So I need to go over and have a talk with Mike Elton or some of the guys if they can explain to me what I did wrong. It'll be a hard lesson to learn, but thanks to Trevor. He was my pushing buddy all day. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been up there, but our UPS team's strong, and looks like the Ford teams are back on top.
David Reagan came so close, Mike.
That he did, but to see Glenn and Leonard Wood in victory lane where they last stood in 1976, Trevor Bayne brings them across to become the 7th driver to score his first Sprint Cup win in the biggest race of the season, the Daytona 500. What a day. All the bump drafting and all the teaming and two-timing and tangoing. And it all comes down to a fellow who didn't have any bad habits to unlearn.
I want to show you my bio sheet on Trevor Bayne. It's blank. But not after today. I think Jeff Gordon recognized something in his kid on Thursday, and he worked with him. And when Jeff Gordon says, you're good enough to run with me, you're also good enough to win the Daytona 500. The Wood brothers, who doesn't love the Wood brothers, Larry? And, and they're in victory circle.
You won't hear anybody deny, not even Carl Edwards that finished second, the Wood brothers or Trevor Bayne winning this race. This just goes to show you there's so many young kids out there that grow up through racing. They just dream of going to Daytona. And now Trevor Bayne, it'll be with him the rest of his life. He's a Daytona 500 winner.
A wonderful day for he and the Wood brothers. A great finish for David Gilliland. Rookie Stephen Wallace finishes on the lead lap. Wow. And David Pearson, who Trevor Bayne met for the first time in our studio last evening on Speed, Darrell. David going into the Hall of Fame. That was the Wood brothers' last Daytona 500 win. You put all that together. What a day.
Yeah, you look at that car and it's flawless. It doesn't have a scratch on it.
Kurt, a great way to start the season with the 53rd Daytona 500, and now it's on to Phoenix.
But we have found a challenger to Jimmy Johnson for the championship. All right, now, we don't want to rush him yet, but it was really the Daytona 520, right? We had a second overtime, a fifth time in the last 7 years that we've gone to a green-white checker. Where did a guy like Trevor Bayne come from?
Well, we're real close to the magical kingdom. It does prove that dreams do come true around here. It really is. It's something magical. This kid showed some muscle, showed a lot of composure all weekend long, all the way back to the dual 150 when he and Jeff Gordon worked together, exclusively, and had a very good finish. And even though they crashed on the final lap, they were able to repair this car with the help of Roush Fenway and everybody in the Wood brothers. They worked on the car. It just goes to show you hard work and patience do pay off.
And guts from Trevor Bayne. Remember, Dick Berger reported, hey, they were risky on fuel towards the end with the second overtime. But Ford finishes 1, 2, 3 at the 53rd running of the Daytona 500. Let's go back down to the track. Matt Yoakum.
The Daytona 500, the last lap, Kurt Busch from turn 2 to the finish. What chess move could you have done differently?
I needed to be on the bottom. I was trying to protect the middle. Spotter's like, watch out, here they come. And it just didn't seem like me and Montoya could get enough steam built up as far as just the run. But I was in perfect position. I had Montoya pushing. I was running third. I made a mistake. I needed to be on the bottom side of the racetrack. And, it's tough. We came all this way and came up a little shy. But all in all, the points day, we'll take it. But to have a run at history is pretty special. We tried to block it out all day. We had to fight through adversity. But for Shell and Pennzoil and Dodge, this was a great way to start off. AAA, those guys are great. Coca-Cola, it's great to have them on our program. And everybody that's on board, I'm really looking forward to the rest of the year. It's amazing. The season's going to start now. We're getting Daytona over with. So real happy with this fifth. All in all, just to make a mistake on the last lap, I'm going to be the one that's got the sour feeling in my stomach.
What a speed week for Kurt Busch. A first, and a fifth.
Well, you had an eventful day.
It didn't start out so well, did it? But it certainly ended up all right. Our M&M's Camry took a beating today. I think everybody's car did, but so proud of the guys. They kept digging all day. We spent probably the most time on pit road today, but we got out of here with a good 8th place finish. So we can smile about that. With as much rough handling and wrecks and blown motors and everything else that was going on today that made it crazy and wild for everybody up in the stands and on TV with Fox, it was a good race for us. We can't complain. And I'd like to have gotten with my brother there at the end and tried to help push him, but unfortunately we had a tire rub there. We came down and fixed it, made sure we didn't have any bigger problems than what we already had. So again, thanks Joe Gibbs Racing and all the guys at M&M's and Toyota.
Now Kyle Busch made a lot out of a difficult situation, finished 8th today.
Every parent wants their child to achieve their dreams, whether they put them in basketball or singing or motorsports. Your son, Stephanie, just achieved the ultimate dream. What does this mean to you?
I can't even put into words what it means to me and what it means to him, because he has worked so hard since he was little. To get here and in the stands with 50 to go, I just kept thinking, just let him finish the race. Just let him finish the race. I never dreamed he'd be here.
Well, what did he say to you when you came into victory lane?
I haven't really gotten to talk to him yet because this has been going crazy. So he just looked at me and hugged me, and we haven't even got to talk.
Could you see in his eyes, though, what this meant to him?
I could see, yeah. Yeah, it's unreal. He had a birthday yesterday. I said, happy birthday, Trevor.
The best birthday present we could ever think of. Chris?
All right, thanks very much. And on a record-setting day at Daytona, And, of course, the youngest Daytona 500 winner eclipsing Jeff Gordon, who was the guy who talked to him, who helped him this week, called him his idol. Leaders, 22 record here. Lead changes, 74 record here. And the cautions, 16, made it the second slowest Daytona 500 ever. But don't tell that to Trevor Bayne. It's number one in his heart. And what a story. I think it tells you that you can come from anywhere, the millions and millions of people who drive, the best of the biggest race, and this guy made it happen.
And we talked about it in our pre-race. This kid was going to wind up being a superstar. Well, today, he just climbed the ladder right to the top, right on the get-go. Can you believe it? I mean, you take a look at people who won the first Sprint Cup win here at Daytona, guys like Tiny London, Mario Andretti, Pete Hamilton, Michael Waltrip, Trevor Bayne, Sterling Marlin. It's an incredible list, and so many of these people right here. I mean, again, they owe so much to this one track and what this event does for their career.
The Great American Race coming up on Fox, programming you will enjoy. And then we have next Sunday in Phoenix, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern. Last year the race won when Ryan Newman overtook Jeff Gordon on that 1 mile track out in the desert. So we hope you tune in for that. We'll see if Trevor can hang with the big boys early. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson taken out on lap 29 in that 15-car wreck. You saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. fighting to the end with Tony Stewart. If you want more post-race coverage live from Daytona, you can check out Victory Lane on Speed or enjoy the programming as we continue here on Fox. But Trevor Bayne, talk about not just in racing, he can etch his name up there with the greats in sports. Youngest quarterback to win a Super Bowl, Ben Roethlisberger. Youngest golfer to win a Masters, Tiger Woods. And the youngest driver to win the Great American Race, the Daytona 500, 20-year-old Trevor Bayne. Daytona repaved and re-energized on a day when 43 of the best drivers in the world came together with one goal. It was that man in a second overtime, Trevor Bayne, surviving to win the Great American Race. For our entire gang, thanks for watching NASCAR on Fox.
Long may you run, long may you run, although these changes have come.
Boogity, 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 let's go racing, boys!
Come on, shining in the sun. Long may
Am I dreaming right now?
The Subway Fresh Fit 500, next Sunday, only on Fox.
We are